struggle. We're not afraid of common endeavour. In that spirit, unabashed, we embrace those who brought the Ginnel to becoming. Streamart Network, and CDI, and Confluxus, and 3022, and Void, and Navarra, and Heart React, and Agit, and Indymedia, and Bifo, and Radio Liche, and comrades known and unknown, past and future, and everywhere in between. We remix and remediate their words, actions, hopes, fears, labour, techniques, image, generosity, and spirit. The Ginnel is always, like every worthwhile project in these times, a wager on shared experience. The stream is our medium, our channel, our journey to each other and to ourselves. It is always already networked, an exchange, a signal. Streaming, like bodies, like struggle, is always in a state of imbalance. Is directed towards an irreversible time, but we struggle against it. Openness and stability, autopoiesis, autonomy. It is the sideways glance at the barricade. We see each other. We see the way. We hope.
Impressive. So, hello, hi. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm good. So, the Ginnel. What you read for us now the manifesto of the Ginnel. So, what is the Ginnel?
The Ginnel is a new node, a new practice. It's a community in the north of England, around Leeds, around Hare Hills, a very deprived community, a community of immigrants and leftists and queers who push to the margins of a city centre. It comes out of media practice, comes out of Navarra Media, comes out of Streamart Network, comes out of CDI, comes out of Heart Reacts, Agit, Bifo, all of these media projects that came before. It's a new way forward. It does not yet exist, but now it exists.
Woohoo! Congratulations! So nice. Sounds great. This is a kind of boring question, I think, but how you came up with this point that the Ginnel is well born?
The Ginnel in northern dialects and in Scottish dialects is a channel, an alley, a passage that mediates public and private, often exists between houses. It's a way through. It's fundamentally an intermediate space that is both cloistered and public at the same time. And so it seemed like a good idea to use this idea to think about the kind of community we want to build, but also where I want to build it, where we want to build it within the north, in an area that is often demoted in terms of importance for media hubs in today.
Yeah, it's a great metaphor, I think. I never heard about it before, that you just discover. I think not only for me. What does it mean? All right. Well, what's the plan?
Well, it's a good point you raised that, because the Ginnel also is a term that is not well known even to people in the south of England or in the capital in London. So it's has a kind of parochialism at its heart, but also is, like many languages and dialects, can bring people together too. So the plan is to set up a community streaming hub, which is independent and autonomous from any other institution and can stand on its own feet. We have underused resources in our community, spaces and internet connections that we can put to good streaming use. And in particular, I hope that in time, this is a way for Streamart Network to also reach diaspora communities from the global south, because we have many of them in Hare Hills, where we're based.
Great. So I think I wish you not a luck. I think here I wish you a power and standing for this idea. And I'm happy to hear that we are all growing as a plants. So I wish you the sun will good for every of us.
Yeah, I wish it for all of us too. And thank you for pushing us into this moment of birth. We've been gestating for some time, but now we are here.
Yeah, that's right. Move only in future. Don't if it slopes, it's not. All right. Thank you so much for this manifesto. Where did you will publish it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So, well, right now.
Not. But did you will?
Yes.
Okay. Where we can find it?
I'll let you know.
You will let us know. Okay. I will pick up a signal. Yeah, we will share. We will share the signal. We will pick up the signal. Yes, that's how it's work. Well, so maybe I should go to the program which we have today. Okay. Yes. Maybe you have a question to me.
What's on the program for today, Sophia?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I can read for you and tell. Well, so the intro is us. Surprise! And the next point is the Roman Dziadkiewicz Gitara Elektryczna live performance. Just wait and you will see how Roman Dziadkiewicz Gitara Elektryczna works. Then we go to the unboxing of the Jigsaw Speedbox. What is this? You will know later. And then we move to intro by Rome about Jigsaw Speed Utopia exhibition in Watermelon Studios. I think Watermelon Studios is on also now. Yeah, and we have a new streaming platform as well, where you can click and change the channels. Remember, it's very nice. Then we will show some already old material, but it doesn't lose anything. It's still very important. It's the Tomuch book presentation, The Dogs of Mariupol. And the first will show the Tom reading the fragments of his book. We had an opportunity to host his presentation in Krakow. So, and we of course have we hadn't streamed it yet, but now we'll show it. Then we will also show a new work of globalization. It's the Klitsch Mana clip music video. Very, very, very dark, but interesting, apocalyptic. We love it. Love apocalypse. Then talk with Michael Bahers, the director of IMVS, and clap about her song, and maybe a pre-prod. Maybe, we don't know. Oh yes, and also the Sackpack Records. The film interview at the Alps residence with Fat Frumos. Very good material. And the music from the new compilation of the Sackpack Records, the Fuck the Borders, volume 13. And actually it's a kind of a birthday compilation, because the Sackpack exists already in 17 years, so it's almost 18 years old. So we should congratulate them. Woo! And then we will back to Tom Mitch with the full talk. With the full talk, which was done by Katerina Kalina. And I hope you will enjoy this program. Goodbye.
Check.
Yo. Usually, I usually produce words and maybe too much. And tonight I propose some noise without words from a darkness. So have I don't know, pleasure or be careful. Yeah, it's still about dialogue and with myself from another dimension, in a way. With two guitars and the grand piano, which is kind of a new chapter in my journey across reality. I don't play guitar, I can't play guitar, I can't play piano, but I try to combine things together and ask questions. See you later.
Hello again. Hello, hello, 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 hello chick 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 chicks. Hello, hello, hello chick 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 chicks. On spit bit spit spit. 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 It's good. Hello. We are in the Villa Stick on the exhibition Utopia. This Chicks on Spit and collaborators. It's a celebration of 30 years of the Chicks on Spit activity. And I'm gonna tell you a bit about Chicks on Spit, and then we will go to this mystery box. You will know what is inside later. It's kind of connected. While Chicks on Spit is a feminist art music ensemble formed in Munich, Germany, at the Munich Academy of Fine Arts. Through Chicks on Spit reached cult status throughout the 2000s and became most well known as a catalyst of the musical genre electroclash. The band performs as a multidisciplinary art group working in performance art, electronic dance, music, collage, graphic, textile design, fashion, musical instrument design, artistic research, and art education. The co-founder, Alex Murray Leslie and Melissa Logan, met as art students in the Academy of Fine Arts Munich. While attending one of the Academy's parties, Logan and Kiki Moores met through their Japanese boyfriend. Moores came from fashion, formerly an editor at Condé Nast. Moores was a performer in the early Chicks on Spit video and was a member until 2006. In 1996, Murray Leslie invited Logan and Moores to join an illegal bar she founded named Seppi Bar. Logan and Murray Leslie, along with co-art student Lisa Wokin, began working as a group at Seppi Bar to create art exhibition and host illegal parties. It was an art project based on the cabaret Voltaire in Zurich, where Dada artists met and performed. After painting 25 collage paintings in one night to sell at the annual sale of painting at the Art Academy, Murray Leslie needed a collective name in order to be part of the sale, for which they coined the name Chicks on Spit. In this period, Murray Leslie worked with Upstart, the techno nightclub Ultra Shall working the door, curating live art events and interior media art installations. Chicks on Spit created a live art piece named Wanna Be a DJ Baby. They stood behind DJ deck and smashed records while a sound collage tape was playing. For this project, they also put together a box set. And now, on this mystery box set, we have also, here is a Chicks on Spit box. And we will open it. So, packed kinda well. We have here very precise instruction what we should do. And we will do this like this. Okay. Oh yeah, look at this. Chicks on Spit. Hair Utopia. Yeah, I think the theme of the shoes is very like Chicks on Spit point, because Alex even have a musical instrument which she created by herself. I think if you watched the Brava event, I think she was playing it. So we open it. Oh, we have here eyes. A little bit of plastic. Coming soon. Coming soon. Coming soon. And legs. Oh, not legs. It's arms. What we have here? we have here, I think it's kind of scarf, a little bit of plastic, and the scarf. Oh yeah, I know what this is. Is this exhibition connected to the meat? Yes, it is. Plant for planet. This think planet. Sphere, not girl. Pretty beautiful, pretty good. It's all right. I'll put it like this and continue. Very beautiful. What we have next? We don't know yet. Oh yeah, it's magazines. Okay, it's magazine. It's magazine set list. I think it's collection of different type of recording of their activities. Very beautiful. You can have a look. Oh, and there is also a story. Yeah. You should read it later. Do people can buy this, or is this exclusive? Yes, they can buy it. Yeah, so you can buy it. My personal opinion, yes, it's worth it. Okay, we know this costumes. I think we even the Rom was in this costume as well. Well, okay, what we had find next to be not too long here. Oh yeah, this is the vinyl. It is. Yes, it is. I think it's. Oh yeah, this is the recordings from the 2023 when we had telematic workshops in the Trondheim. Yes. I remember this. I know this. It was very good. There's a. Yes, I took part in it because this is why I remember. Of course. And I think we had read it this clash text also as well during this workshop. Here is a Julia. Julia created the interesting space in the virtual. Yeah, nice, cool. We will listen it. We will go to the Xenia home and listen it because we don't have vinyl player. Okay, what's next? Oh yeah, this is also UKRAiNATV here. What is going on? Oh my god! Oh, we have this fabric. Wow, so beautiful! Glow, 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 directly glow. All right. What is this? Stream are different as people know how I work so platform. Oh, here is the ROM. Here's the what the hell? What's this? Here's a resume represents the questions about what about some ROM text here. Some Julia here. Some Xenia here. Yeah. All right. And what is on the vinyl then? This is the story which we should discover. We don't know. So, wow, impressed. What's next here? Oh my god, there is like a lot of stuff. Oh yeah. Utopia. Okay, so I think it's all this is all discography of Chicks on Speed, yeah. And here is the telematic static. Oh, I think it's all like what do fluxes do. It's like a really long story. I think if we will collect it all together, we will discover the secret of Chicks on Speed as well. Yes, there is like another vinyl. Yeah, beautiful aromat. So beautiful. We love ice. Wow. The next one is Chicks on Speed. And I don't know his name. Very sorry. Oh, and here is another part of this workshop. Wonder why they choose to create this like this. Oh, there is ropes. This is girls and ropes. Is everything good? Go good. Oh, such a beautiful photo. Look at this. What about my mind? Yeah, this is very stylish. And there's like also wow, we probably can like make a big map of all these packages, and then we will know this. Oh no, I don't know where they now go. We should watch it again. Okay. No, it was here. The last one. Yes. Okay. So, oh, it's pink. I see. It's pink, girl. Oh yeah, look at this. This is so beautiful. So like look at this color. Yeah, you should. They disappeared, the green color. So why one is why one is the pink and another one is the black? What does it mean? I have a lot of questions instead of having answers. But maybe we will find this in this book. Yeah, that makes sense. Or maybe not. Critics. Oh, here's all. Okay, we'll find some answers. Yes, that book makes sense now. Oh my god. No one sings. Well. Yeah, so this is like I think the all discography of Chicks on Speed. They're very, very good. I know Eurotrash Girl very good, very well. So it's like I and also some comments. Wow. Here is a lot of photo. Oh yeah, we have this green inner sleevers, shared campus workshop. Underwater cables. Great. Haha. Look at this. So we opened the Pandora box, the Chicks on Speed box. And now world will slay. Oh, yeah, Utopia. Collage. A lot of collage. Color of collage. All right. We don't play guitars. Here is on the... I don't know how to call it. I don't know. Sorry. We're standing in Toby's studio, but we don't play guitars. Neither does Kiki or Alex. Melissa doesn't either. Nobody plays guitar. Rom also don't play. Софія, тебе тільки макушку видно. Ну, окей. Добре. То що? Alright, so I hope you enjoyed watching this. I think we should... Oh, yeah. Oh, scarf. Beautiful scarf. We should also work with this more and have a look precisely on it. But now we should move to the next part of today's program, and you will have opportunity to see the new clip of globalization, Glitch. And yeah, and then you will have a opportunity to see the talk of Rom Czetkewicz and the director. Bye. Lidl, what they did to you? It's definitely Lidl. I will send to them. They will be proud.
Zéu, a presença Зійшло сонце, замерзає віконце, хрубаки в тілах, дірки в головах, утопійні сподівання тануть на очах. Твій хрест висить, поки мозок спить. Клич мене, клич себе, розтягнуті роки, просять сполуки, хімічні верстати в лабораторіях мистецтв вигадують майбутнє без кисневої маски, вазелінової смазки. Втягаєш щоранку в чату GPT згенероване обличчя, передня частина голови обмежена чолом, вухами, щеками, токени сипляться в гранулярному дощі. На скальпі програних акцій, відсутність реакції тебе з'їдає, як ракова пухлина, мозок поглинає. Клич мене, розтягнуті руки, просять сполуки, хімічні верстати в лабораторіях мистецтв вигадують майбутнє, пошуки ідеальної ями. Для нашої свідомості немає ні страху, ні совісті. У фраку святкує смерть, спалення бараку, вибухові хвилі розщеплюють атомні тварини і людські родини. А забетоноване зерно проросте через століття і знову в полі різноманіття. Повстане блок, пост, ретроградний авангард і компост. Клич мене, клич себе. Клич мене, клич себе. Пошуки ідеальної ями. Для нашої свідомості немає ні страху, ні совісті. У фраку святкує смерть, спалення бараку, вибухові хвилі розщеплюють атомні тварини і людські родини. Клич мене, клич себе. Клич мене, клич себе. Клич мене, клич себе. А забетоноване зерно проросте через століття і знову в полі різноманіття. Повстане блок, пост, ретроградний авангард, компост. Клич мене, клич мене. Ретроградний авангард. Клич мене, клич себе.
Whoa. Must say whoa. I say whoa. Okay, let's stay a little bit with the poster. Thank you, globalization. Thank you, Krakow. We are back in Munich. We are back in Watermelon Studio. The Watermelon Studio, let's say like in opposite way. The pop-up studio of UKRAiNATV is inside of the Watermelon Studio, and Watermelon Studio is inside of the exhibition of Chicken Speed, Utopia, and the exhibition of Chicken Speed is inside of Museum Villa Sztuk. And we are waiting now for Michał Bus, the director of the Villa Sztuk, Museum Villa Sztuk, that we have appointment here inside of the Watermelon to talk a little bit about the exhibition, about the reopening of the museum, and also we will also talk a little bit about the future. Must say whoa. I say whoa. Okay, let's stay a little bit with the poster. Thank you, globalization. Thank you, Krakow. We are back in Munich. We are back in Watermelon Studio. The Watermelon Studio, let's say like in opposite way. The pop-up studio of UKRAiNATV is inside of the Watermelon Studio, and Watermelon Studio is inside of the exhibition of Chicken Speed, Utopia, and the exhibition of Chicken Speed is inside of Museum Villa Sztuk. And we are waiting now for Michał Bus, the director of the Villa Sztuk, Museum Villa Sztuk, that we have appointment here inside of the Watermelon to talk a little bit about the exhibition, about the reopening of the museum, and also we will also talk a little bit about the future. I'm in the loop. But I'm back in the real time. Need to little bit less the back sound. Check one more time. Hey, instead of Michał Bus, we have a new intern. Hi, I'm Rom. You want to join the live? We are live now in the corner. Yeah, and in connection with Krakow, and waiting for the director of the museum to talk a little bit about the exhibition and about the reopening. But you are the new intern, and maybe you know much more. And how are you here? It's like a second day of your collaboration with Villa Sztuk.
Well, yeah, it's very nice being here, like having the opportunity and everything it has to offer and now, yeah, it's very interesting what's going on here. The exhibition is like, it's nothing like I've ever seen before, sort of, and it's it's captivating and very interesting to look at, and yeah.
Nice. We met like before yesterday or something like that. And what about your YouTube channel and your activity as an influencer? Tell me a little bit more.
What was that last part?
That's influencer, or that's a YouTuber activity. Yeah, you do this.
Yeah. I just do little videos, just little quick animations or like Lego tutorials and things like that. It's very simple things. Nothing crazy, I guess.
Nobody knows. Maybe it's the beginning of something crazy.
Yeah, it is a very cool thing to be able to do, because I do, with like the opportunities I have with like this also, and I have a job, so it's like allows me to keep growing that, and maybe it will become something more major in my life.
What is your background? Is art, or I don't know, like a production, cultural producer?
Well, I'm still in school. I'm basically I just switched schools to a more art and media and design oriented school, Fachhochschule, and now it's that's gonna help me also develop my skills and pursue my interests in the industries that interest me, with video production and all those like artistic oriented jobs, and I've always loved like platforms, websites, just anything where I can build or create, draw, and I love creating stuff, and that's always been a passion of mine ever since I was little.
Yeah, that's a huge topic, and also we examine this from a critical way. Like the platforms are ambivalent, but to recognize that environment, I think, is very important. Do you learn about streaming, about the streaming and engines or software or the production, live production, and at your school?
At school, right now we've done the basics of Photoshop and also just generally a little bit of Adobe stuff. And a lot of things we're also supposed to like develop on our own depending on what we do, because there's a lot of self-orientation. You can just create what you want, and as long as it passes the test. And I guess streaming, I haven't concretely even thought about that, but I've always found it quite cool. Like, I'm not a guy who like watches streams or like live TV, but I could just video games, for example. That's like the kind of stuff that I would like go for. It's like what I'm interested in that direction.
Yeah, of course. I think it's about the streaming is. It's not only about watching live streaming. I think it's much more about this presence and interconnection that you can watch or you can play. You can, this is what's happened in Twitch. I think it's inspiring, and also this is what is possible to expand with this. This is what we feel that it's important to also to do experimentation around. So that's why I'm here, why we do this more expanded version of streaming. So it's thanks. Want to add something? Say hello to somebody.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
I agree. Streaming is definitely a very cool way, and a great opportunity to really connect to an audience or a group of people, and really also awaken more interest and engagement for anything, really, I guess, because you really have that in the moment activity which is shared with everyone.
And mixing realities, places, and also times. Let's go a little bit for the moment with the background. And this is the last moment of the workshop we did before yesterday, here in Krakow, here in Munich, and here in Trondheim. Together with students from NTNU and Alex Murray-Leslie as a host and teacher. And as we are still waiting, and probably I need to do some searching around the museum, what's happened, how much busy is Michael now. I will leave you with some music and we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. probably we can start, but we need to also be careful and say sorry for the accident next to us, but hopefully things are happen well. If you need some help, there are people who could help, I think. I'm very happy to be back in Białystok, and I'm very happy to have Michael Bost with us, the director of Białystok, and the host of the Utopian, another version done by Chicks on Speed. And also I recognize that your history as the host here of this family, of this villa, of this house, because I must say that it's very, very familiar atmosphere here. I love the kitchen, I love all the team here, I love, so I think it's thank also you and your like passion and activity here with taking care about the history and building future. This intersection is very interesting. This is the villa of Franz von Stuck, famous artist from also very important period, because Munich was a very strong academic spot for artists around Europe coming here, students also, or maybe mostly also from Eastern Europe, coming here to learn about this academic traditional painting, but also here and in Vienna there was also this moment of this North Revolution in a way, because there was this more sunny revolution in France done with Impressionists, and but here was something more dark. And this is the contrast between the dark of the past and the colorful exhibition here. It's kind of the introduction, maybe too many things in one set, but let's start maybe about your personal history with this place.
Thank you, Rom. I'm happy to be part of this conversation. My personal history with Białystok started actually when I was starting my studies here in Munich at the university. I was a young student of art history in that time, and I came to Białystok for my very first visit. And I visited the museum, and afterwards I wanted to buy an exhibition catalog, an old one, which was not available at the front desk. So the guy who was head of security, he had to go to the basement and bring it for me. And then he was asking me, so what are you doing and why do you want this book? And I said, well, I just started my studies in Munich and I was curious and I think this book may help. And then he offered me an internship at Białystok. So a few months later I started as a praktikant at Białystok, and that's how the whole story started, and I'm still here in a different position. But it was a very funny coincidence, and I still have the book at home in my small little private library. What was fascinating, and you mentioned this as well, for me about Białystok is that it was always a place of artistic production, which obviously started with Stuck, because all the artworks that we know, that we have in our collection, that we can see in other collections internationally, they all have been created in this very place. We are here right now in the old sculpture studio of Franz von Stuck. So in here he was creating all the big Amazons, for example, which one of them is still in front of the museum, and then there are others. In the upper floor, which is still part of Utopia, it was his painting studio. So in here, all those artworks were created, and I think that is an idea and a concept that we want to continue working with, to invite artists to Villa Stuck to create new pieces, to create a world like we have it now here with Utopia and Chicks on Speed and you, to create something in this place, which indeed is something that is based on a very long tradition, transformed through a very young Franz von Stuck, because actually when he was building the villa he was 34 years old, so still a very young man, and then he continued this part here. He was already established artist, professor at the academy, but still I think he was kind of anti-establishment, and that's indeed the whole idea of how he started in Munich, his career.
Have you been to Sepaba?
No.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you never. But your history here, this period, the very beginning, is like a bit parallel, yeah, to the beginning of Chicks on Speed. The Sepaba, it's like a very, very beginning of Chicks on Speed collaboration of girls who met the first time doing kind of the illegal bar and ongoing temporal project with performances, with activities, art activities, and the bar itself, yeah. And it's in a way kind of transition between punks and new electronic music growing up in the cities in Germany strongly in that period, yeah, in Munich also. And so maybe some impression about that period, how Munich was then, how it this new movement influence on you as a young director also.
I think there are indeed like central points, periods of time in Munich's, let's say, history through the last 150 years, let's say. Indeed, the time around 1900 when Stuck was working in Munich as an artist was very essential. Munich was really in the core of a European artists movement. At that time it was basically called Jugendstil, but it had its roots in the arts and crafts movements. There was already a very interdisciplinary approach to the arts. And then at the same time you had a very traditional understanding of what art can be, what it has to be, and what it has to serve. Then I think also arriving to Chicks on Speed is another crucial moment is the disco movement, which really was very strong in Munich in the 1970s, and it really had a very strong basis here in Munich in a musical approach, and I think this is a story that develops into Chicks on Speed at the Munich Academy. The kind of creation of a collective that has no limits, that is taking music, fine arts, fashion, performance, and is exploring it extensively. that then also combined with something that came from the disco movement, which then became techno in that time of the 1990s. And then you have this other mythical place, the Ultraschall, which was a very central place for the whole artists scene in Munich. And my personal story with Chicks on Speed actually began a bit later, because we invited them to be part of a group show at Villa Stuck in 2014. Der Stachel des Skorpions, the sting of the scorpion. And actually we can see one of the works that was done for that show in 2014 now in the Utopia exhibition in the cinema. And I guess that's how Chicks on Speed became somehow part of Villa Stuck history.
Yeah, and this interdisciplinary aspect, I think it's very important, and the roots for this, which are very deep in the history, art and craft, secession movement, which actually started very strongly as a part of the statement to combine together this high art with craft, with handmade, and we have it here very strongly also. And this is the part of this is what I love with Chicks on Speed activity, that it's like everything about doing with hands, with legs, with bodies, with voices, with text, with intertext, with context, and also this is what is in between physical and digital. This is what also is our important, that maybe we are like sometimes like media freaks, but it's not about this. It's not especially about media. It's more about this hybridity and about this processual aspects and moving in the time, moving in between, and mixing archives and also going to the future, which is still like a more and more hybrid. And this is also kind of an introduction to some provocation to you about the future. I imagine that this is kind of an open statement about this co-working space, that the museum is the place of the production, but the art is changing. That what do you think about white cube conditions and maybe kind of a need to search for other spaces?
Well, this brings me back maybe to the idea of the Villa Stuck as an artist house, because by nature in this building we have a very domestic atmosphere in the old villa, because we still do have what we call the old dining room, and we have a smoker's salon, and we have the spaces that were used as bedrooms, and the bathroom. All those, the spaces itself are still here. Not all the furniture is still existing, but some of it is indeed. And then with this studio building, that was a later extension of to the old villa, Stuck actually created an historic white cube that in the meantime is more than 100 years old, which somehow it was never meant for sure as a space for changing exhibitions, but it has a perfect volume, it has perfect dimensions. And the moment when artists come here to Villa Stuck for the first time to see the spaces, to feel the spaces, is always magic somehow, because you immediately have a reaction to the spaces. You immediately can feel how the artists are filling them with their own ideas and concepts and creating new spaces, as you say. And what for me still, I mean, talking about starting here as an intern, for me it's still fascinating how changeable this space is, actually, how many different things you can do. I mean, you can empty everything and have plain white walls and hang some paintings, but you can also fill it with 30 years of Chicks on Speed, and you can bring people like Kati to Munich, who is doing this textile excess, filling everything up. You can build the watermelon studio in a place like this that now you are playing with, Rom. So that is really the most fascinating thing. And I think that's something that is our mandate, actually, to keep these spaces and to hand them over to young artists, to new ideas, and to just be maybe something like a guidance in how to use them. But then we have to let go and let happen whatever you come up with.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice open statement for future. So what particular plans for next year, or what next exhibitions or projects do you have in your schedule?
For the moment, actually, it is after the renovation and after the reopening that is now, like, how long is it ago? It's like 3 weeks ago. I think for the moment we are enjoying a lot that is just happening, and that the museum is open, and of course we are talking about new projects, but for the moment it's really nice just to have the museum back and to be able to welcome back our audience and our guests and visitors. After Utopia, we will actually close the museum again for a few weeks, because we still have to finish some works that are related with the renovation of the museum. And then we will reopen again mid-May 2026 with two exhibitions. One is Ilir Aculaj in the villa, so in the other part, and in these spaces we will show have an exhibition with Philipp Mesmer, an artist who is still based in Munich, maybe thinking about going to Berlin, but for the moment he's here, and he will do as well a site-specific project for us. And then in autumn we will show Gonzalo Borondo, who is a Spanish artist who did a piece outside, actually, for us in... It was this year. No, it was this year. Sorry, times go so move so quickly. Gonzalo did a piece on the facade of the museum during the renovation, and he will be back in October, and then he will do sort of a part 2, but inside the exhibition spaces, and he will work with glass and light, and that will be a very interesting thing as well. And but again, as I said, I think for the moment we are still really enjoying to be back here at Villa Stuck and to welcome people like you. That's the most important thing.
Thank you. Yeah, personally I enjoy to be here. That's what I said at the very beginning. But maybe at the end, one more question about the temporal events that we plan to do together still till the end of the exhibition. Utopia will finish on 1st of March next year. So still there is time to visit and time to spend together and do also some temporal special events.
That is what we are actually talking about now. I very much hope that we can do all those plans. We are talking about New Year's Eve. We are talking about next year, January, and sort of a finissage event in February. But maybe if I can announce something, I will personally do a tour through Utopia next Wednesday. So if anyone is watching and wants to be part of it next Wednesday, which is November 12th at 5:30, everyone is welcome to join me on a tour through the exhibition. And I will continue doing these tours until February, actually, until the end of the show.
Okay, so we stay waiting for a special announcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the meeting here, for all your job and amazing atmosphere. And yeah, we stay online. I think we are going now to Krakow, or maybe I will do some comments about the exhibition itself that I didn't do before. I need to ask people in Krakow what happened. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks. In very general way, and obviously I think we need to say thank you to ourselves that we survive the seventh season of our activity. And we're also in kind of a transition moment. This is a first event in Sojka Bar, and I hope, we hope it's also the beginning of something new, the collaboration of our experimental TV streaming activity combined together with a kind of a community center bar and local activity here. So this hybrid mission that we try to explore and develop as UKRAiNATV, as a stream art network around Europe, and not only. This is something what starts kind of a new chapter also in the collaboration with this place and with this event, which is also hybrid in a very different way and meaning of this term that we start with book launch and so much amazing journalists and friend of UKRAiNATV. And yeah, later some experimental music and DJ sets from our community and also a special guest. And Gleb will tell more about the program soon. In a moment, I just yeah, want to invite you to the bar and have a moment. That's why I'm waiting for some more audience and also for some free talk maybe for a few minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
So should I just get started and with whatever I want to say? Okay, so look, thank you very, very much for coming. So far it's quite a cozy crowd. I don't mind that. It means that if anybody has questions or comments or anything, feel free to move in a little bit closer so that you can, ask me whatever you like. I'm an open book. Мої українські друзі, дуже вам дякую для пішли тут сьогодні. Це дуже велика честь і дуже вам дякую для ваш час. Ви бачите, я вже трошки втомився сьогодні, so my Ukrainian may not be exactly perfect, but thankfully I can do most of this in English. So, as I said, I'm going to do, what I'm going to do mostly is I'm going to do a bit of a reading, then I'm going to do a Q&A with Kate, and then I'm going to open the floor to, as I said, anyone who wants, please ask me as many questions as you want, because my aim in writing this book, The Dogs of Mariupol, is to tell the story of what happened in Ukraine and the suffering and heroism of the Ukrainian people to as many people as I possibly can. And to anyone who's watching this online, again, thank you very much. I'll be putting links to where you can buy the book and where you can find it. And one of the things I thought I was going to start by doing is I was going to start by doing a short reading from one of the chapters in the book. It's my personal favorite chapter, or I sometimes don't like to say favorite because a lot of this stuff is very sort of dark and dangerous. However, the situation in Kherson right now, for people listening who might not know, Kherson is a medium-sized city. It had about 250,000 people before the war in southern Ukraine that was taken over and occupied by the Russians very early on in the war. As happened in almost all areas the Russians occupied, there was torture chambers and graves and murders and all kinds of nasty repression. And then the Ukrainians took the city back in November 2022. I remember I was there when President Zelensky sort of walked across the quad. He pulled down the big piece of rope to hoist the Ukrainian flag above the city, and he said, "This is the beginning of the end." And at that time, we really did feel like it was the beginning of the end, possibly, for the war, and that Ukraine was going to go, at that time, do peremoha, to victory was on everyone's lips. And unfortunately, a couple of years later, it hasn't turned out that way. Now, it could have gone a lot worse, and thanks to the bravery of the Ukrainian defenders, the Russians haven't been able to get very much more territory either, but it is still very brutal and it is still very bloody. And I think a lot of people forgot about Kherson because it kind of went outside of the news. But what happened is the Russians basically, they just moved across the Dnipro River by a couple of kilometers. And since then, they have been, well, you're about to hear the story of that city now. Now, I know, I do want to give, to be honest, something of a kind of a content warning, such a trigger warning here. Most stuff in this book is pretty dark and dangerous and depressing, and it's not something that is an easy read or an easy listen. So, do bear that in mind. So, drone safari, Kherson, August 2024. In the dim light of the evening dusk, you could see the leaves slowly begin to fall from the tree. These leaves are Mother Nature's only protection against the enemy from the sky. You could make out the faint ring of artillery in the background, or the quick acceleration of a solitary car, the distant barking of a stray dog, perhaps a little bird song. There still wasn't much in terms of damage, but that added to the eeriness. The streets were mostly intact, but they were utterly deserted. It reminded me of a zombie movie, the opening scene from 28 Days Later, where Jim wakes up and comes out to a London that is just as empty, as if the people had been sucked into space. The grass on the sidewalks is a little overgrown, the unpruned branches just drooping a little too closely over the roads. Nature is beginning to reclaim the city. But, as anyone who visits Kherson will note, the city is still rife with danger. And there is one sound that terrifies the few souls remaining like no other. It is a faint whirring, which sounds like a lawnmower crossed with a housefly, the sound of a drone. I wouldn't spend a moment longer in Kherson than absolutely necessary, Paul Conroy said to me, labouring an emphasis over the last two words in his signature Northern English drawl. It was August 2024, and we were sharing a dinner with some colleagues in Odessa, by then almost back to its typical bustling self. I had pitched the idea to Paul, who had taken shrapnel in the leg in Syria, while famed Sunday Times reporter Marie Colvin had died next to him, and who was not known for scaring easily. He had just spent 5 months living in the city. By his description, every few months seemed to bring a new depth to the horrors. I confess I had forgotten mostly about Kherson over the past year. The conflict had moved on. The action had shifted first to the counter-offensive in Zaporizhia and then to the renewed Russian offensives in Kharkiv and the Donbass. The south here was the most static part of the front line, where nothing much of interest seemed to happen, and it had never been an easy place to work in the best of times. I was also scared. I still occasionally saw that rocket flash past me, heard the banshee scream my name. I had cheated death here in Kherson once already. Did I really want to give it another crack at me? I'd heard terrifying stories from colleagues who had been there. One had written a searing collection of articles describing a hunting season where drones and artillery would pick off civilians in the streets. But I also wanted to face my fears. I knew so many of those I had met the first 2 times I had been to the city had stayed, come what may.
Hello, hello. I'm back! And very loudly. Looking for my glasses, okay. And hope everything works. Hope you can hear me. I'm now in a mess in between some contexts collect together for today live, and it's a kind of a set of contextualization, but in the same time this is the set to say goodbye from Watermelon Studio in this slot, because the exhibition is slowly, the hours are finishing, the exhibition is today is closing, so I'm also closing the pop-up studio, and Watermelon is going to sleep. But Krakow and efir is still alive and live, and I send the voice back to Krakow, and we have a lot of things.
Hello.
Also, we are going to mountains. Also, we are going to this region in the borderland between Austria and Bavaria, where
Looking for my
still
glasses, okay.
Frumos and Sackpack Records exist and develop new chapters of the activity.
Hope everything works.
Munich, the
Hope
city
you
of
can hear me.
mirrors. We need say, don't drink
I'm now
Miller
in a
mess in between some context. Collect because for this is the political today life. That's we. I think recognize. It's a kind of a set of contextualization, but in the same time this is the set to say goodbye for. I want to listen myself only here. I think there was the delay or not. Sorry, I'm back, and yeah, Miller, it's done. But this is the city of different Millers and also football players, and say hello, and also let's keep this part of minefield, but still I think this is important, and this is part of our daily activities, and this is part of this collaboration, and this is part of the Watermelon mission or investigation, that we recognize some more and more context and ambivalences traveling around and doing things together with different people, that even kefir, yogurt is not safe in the political context because of very close collaboration between the owner of Miller company and far-right parties and movements in Germany. This is the thing that we need to mention. But still, kefir and kefirization and efirization is something that we need to reclaim and deal with, and we'll do next efir about. As I know, there is some proposals from around. Oh, we have nice view. From the exhibition, from upstairs. Let's go there. And what I want to say more about Watermelon, it's from my very honest personal perspective, the idea of the Watermelon was, of course, to put the focus on the Palestine struggle, but also it was a much more open metaphor to ask about this southeastern symbol of the globe, green, growing from the ground,
from the soil, which is also very important part of so the Ukrainian culture, Kherson region, but not only. This is like a Balkan. This is like a huge part of our borderland between Western and Eastern influences. All hashtags between. This is what is called North, what is called Global South, and then I recognize that it's not ambivalent, that it's not just a simple metaphor, that is also a battlefield for symbols, and this is also the question about who owns the metaphors, who is more visible, whose struggle is more relevant to create some more or less universal statements, who owns symbols, who has the power, who is able to do something in a different way, who wants to build bridges from her one side, because nobody is able to build bridges from both sides. There are many questions, there are no answers, but this is what I think is important with the very beginning of Watermelon Studio as a kind of idea, as a daughter of UKRAiNATV and Chicks on Speed made together. It is the field, the one more field to meet, to ask each other about possible collaboration from this roots, grounds perspective, asking about democracy, asking about participation, asking about the vision of the future, asking about struggle, asking about the names, in which name a particular war, action, revolution takes place from. And yeah, this is the compass also over there in the cover of our today's efir. The compass is of course strong simplification, but the simplification, it's a map of basic contrast and relations, and I don't know, need of discussion, need of language to express some position which are totally different, which are also totally different in perspective of governance, in the perspective of official narration, governance, in the perspective different, which are also totally different in perspective of governance, in the perspective of official narration, and also in the perspective of personal
Check. Hello. Rome disappeared in such
as much as possible spread and the divide in the different small group and perspectives. I get the call. I got the call. Hello.
2 minutes, something like
I got the call.
Yeah, hey Rom.
Hey.
You were absent for, I don't know, 2 minutes, something like that.
What you mean absent? Silent or just cut or out? Or?
Yeah, was a cut. Like there was no sound from your side.
Wow. In which moment? A very important moment. The censorship. You cut me out. Yeah. Okay, but I'm back now.
Yeah, you're back, so go on. I don't know, maybe try
To repeat? Okay, we need to. It's impossible. It's impossible in this moment, but I think the cut is a good metaphor for the situation in this moment. Exactly. I don't know what I was talking about in the moment of the cut. You remember?
You were talking about the struggle with building a bridge from both sides.
Oh, the most important sentence. Yeah. So this is what I conclude, or I could say more. It's that of course it's impossible, but this is what Watermelon Studio try to do, is to create the space that we will try to find people who want to build the bridge from different sides, and this split, this divide, global movement, pro-democratic and grassroots, and asking about freedom and equality and justice and solidarity will be more and more justice, solidar, free and equal. Da-da! Let's finish with this. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to spread this kind of statements, and to try one more time to build kind of a temporal common space to do things together. See you next time here, or see you in Transmediale, or see you in other places, and let's UKRAiNATV exist, and let's rebuild also our daily activities in Krakow with help of others, I hope. And also greetings to Krakow, to Greg, to Gleb, to Sofia, to Ksenia, maybe is back with us in the studio, home studio, and Sofia place. And yeah, nothing about platform brutalities today. This is kind of the part of the statement. We have the book, I read it every night, and we need to be more prepared, and we want to be more prepared to talk about this for the next year. And let's go to the mountains, let's go back to Mariupol, so with Tomac, and stay with us. See ya. Thank you. See ya. Thank you.
Yeah. So the thing is that we will make a longer way to the mountains, and we will have a stop in Soika. for Tom, and then we will be back to the mountains and to the fields of South Ukraine.
It's
Что, начинать? Чикирев.
Чик-чик-чик.
Уже? Юж? Серьезно? Сиона?
Да, то есть залетайте, если что, можно посидеть, лежать.
Палец от виска, братан. Что, начинать? Да. Уже? Уже? Давай. Сиона? Ну, я жду слова старт.
А что ты пьешь, сопличку?
Дай мне запись. Вкусная моча. Мочамба.
Начинай.
Ну,
запись пошла.
Уже пошла? Все, тогда начинаю. Можно погромче в мониторах сделать?
Come back in the city of Kherson. Everybody looks freaky. Just say what you want, some. Khersonska Oblast. Winnie, Dini, Arbuzi, who's in the line last. Greedy, rest on a Black Sea. Need something that's cool. Numbers reading on the wall. Holding doggies everywhere. Don't look there, John, don't care. Every day like high day. Every day is a Friday. The summer is sunny, stone and honey. Celebration that presses on money. Welcome, have fun, held on. It's a girl song. Well done, your song. Slots, bomb, drunk, guns, crime. You're welcome, have fun. And now that's last time. Welcome, hell cause he be last one rhyme. But you got a cash. It sounds like a hottie. People help. Or that somebody. Shake it, long it. One shot, one hand. Raving on the street. In a hardcore LED dream. Everybody sings. Even who can think. Putting all much holders. Even how a loose team. When you just wanna be looking for WC. Be aware cause the people service Hana 3. Welcome, held down. And now that's last time. Welcome, Kherson. Slide bomb, gun, guns, trying. You're welcome, welcome, cause the guns he be last one round. Kherson City. Who's the city? Welcome.
Хотів би привітати всіх херсонців з Російською Федерацією.
Потім оперітол. Ну, ми тут пошаманимо трошки. Я і Софія зіграємо сетик, пустимо трошки.
Basically, as we told you, I'm going to ask some of the questions which may appear before you read the book, and Tom is going to answer them.
Давай.
Okay, so my first question, which one I asked you when we met, what was the inspiration to write this book, right?
So there were a number of different moments of inspiration that came up for writing the book. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open it to the photo section here, and I wanted to show you these two here, if you could see them. It's Oksana and Stanislav. They're two of the main characters in my book. They're a married couple, And Stanislav was from Crimea, and he had left after the occupation of Crimea in 2014 to come to Kyiv. He'd met Oksana there. They had actually met on the Maidan and got married soon after. They worked both as lawyers in Kyiv together. And I met them not as lawyers, but as snipers. I was in a trench very near Izium. This was before the city was occupied. It was about, for people who know the geography, about halfway between Sloviansk and Izium, so sort of northeastern Donbass, northeastern Donetsk region. And I was there, and there was this. They were with this little group. Another person in the group was this guy, Oksin Lisovy, who is now the Minister of Education of Ukraine. The photos that I've taken here are mine. There were a couple of other guys, but one thing I remember is that everyone there was either working on or had a PhD. They were extraordinarily smart, quick, intelligent, had amazingly successful careers in their everyday lives. Yet in the first week of the war, they had dropped everything to go to the front line and start fighting in a war that is extremely bloody and extremely dangerous. And I was like, from the very first moment, wow, that is really fascinating, because that tells a really, really interesting story. And another guy who was fighting, not with this unit, but in the same part of the front line, was a guy, this name will be familiar to Ukrainians, probably Roman Rotushny. And he was killed. Again, he was one of the He was one of the first activists on the Maidan, a young, very bright, very intelligent guy. Again, in the first week of the war, dropped everything, picked up weapons, went to the front line and was killed out there. And I remember the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, gave a speech where she said, you know, the members of Ukraine's golden generation are here fighting on the front line. And I was like, yes, that's true, but I don't like the phrase golden, because I think gold is the wrong kind of metal. Gold is sort of malleable, and it doesn't really have any value other than the fact that it looks quite pretty. What these people really are they're like made of iron. They're hard, forged into weapons, made into this really kind of difficult, forged under very, very specific, literally under fire, under artillery fire, under phosphorus, under shelling, mines, everything like that. And so I wanted to tell the story of how this generation of Ukrainians had been born and forged by the Russian invasion. And I had another couple of experiences like that. And the one that sort of said to me, I was like, right, I have to write this down, was when I was in Bakhmut about 1 year later. The woman who was taking me to Bakhmut, the press officer for the 80th Air Assault Brigade, I had met her literally in a bar a month before the invasion, and the one thing I remember is somehow, obviously she looked completely different, she had the helmet, she had the armor, somehow she managed to have perfectly manicured red nails in a trench in Bakhmut, which she'd had the very first time I'd met her. And that for me was just a little anecdote, a little moment that really stuck in my head. And I was like, I have to write this down in some way. And so I collected a lot of little examples of people like that whose lives were completely changed by the invasion, and now the book is here.
Thank you. And basically, the next question I would like you to ask is, why have you decided to name the book The Dogs of Mariupol?
Very specific title, and I describe it in a lot of detail in the first chapter. So the first chapter basically goes over, it's sort of a whirlwind pit stop of the major moments in Ukrainian history. Kievan Rus, the Cossack Hetmanate, the first Ukrainian republics declared independence in the 20th century. Very, very quick whistle stop tour, not at all a comprehensive history of Ukraine. However, And at one point, I then go on to talk about the build-up to the war, which I spent in Kiev and Mariupol in January and February 2022. And I remember being in Mariupol about a week to 10 days before the full-scale invasion began. And what I saw was that we were going around and asking people, like, you know, if you're Ukrainian, you remember those weeks when everyone was like, is there going to be a war? Is there not going to be a war? And one of the problems, and this is a problem that the Ukrainian government is still criticized for, is they didn't really do a huge amount to prepare the country in those weeks before the war. But that's, I cover that in the book, but that's a topic for another day. But I went around to Mariupol and I asked people, you know, what are you guys doing to prepare? Is there anybody here who is, you know, trying to, you know, I went to the hospital, for instance. I was like, are you guys stockpiling supplies, medical equipment? Are you, you know, and they're like, no. Also, it's a Sunday. What are you doing here? Blah, blah, blah. Another guy was like, oh, you know, we've been at war here for 8 years already. You know, we know what war's like. We're used to it, which was true in a technical sense. There had been a war in, you know, the Russian first invasion of Donetsk and Luhansk in 2014, but that was nothing, as we all know, compared to what came in 2022. And I remember we asked one guy who was in a tiny little village called Pavlopil, which was right on the front line, and he said, God is the only person who prepares in Ukraine. But the dogs would not stop barking. I remember, and it wasn't in like the way that dogs do when they run around and, you know, they're just like having fun. They had this really weird, like rhythmic barking over and over and over again, and they wouldn't stop, and it sounded like they were doing it in unison. And I tweeted at the time, it's like, it feels like they're barking a warning or something to us. You know, there's a folk tradition that dogs bark when death is near. And I remember to my shame, I don't remember the date off the top of my head, but it was about a month or so later that the drama theatre in Mariupol was bombed by the Russians, you know, killing hundreds of people. And I remembered those dogs barking, and that was an image that stayed in my mind, and it was a catchy title, and so we ran with it. I think it gives it tells like a little bit about the book and the themes and things like that. And also, a lot of the people that I interviewed and met were from Mariupol, which is still probably the city that suffered the worst fate of any city in Ukraine, and I do want to remind people of that, especially as, you know, 3 years later we still have no idea of how many people died there, but it was probably easily in the tens of thousands.
Yeah,
yep.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a question, which is continuing talking about Mariupol. You've been there for quite a lot of time, like for 10 days, right?
A week to 10 days. Yeah, about that.
What was your impression about the city?
I was surprised. It was genuinely quite nice. It was, you know, it had a sort of a kind of an edgy charm to it. It had some cool cafes and bars, and as I said, the drama theatre was absolutely gorgeous, and it had a lot of those kind of nice old buildings. It had Azovstal, you know, the steel plant that we passed all the time, which yes, it belched loads of pollution into the air, but it was like there was a lot of people working there. There was a lot of industry. There were ships coming in and out all the time. It was like, okay, this feels like a happening place. This doesn't feel like, you know. And one of the problems I think part of this has been Russian propaganda over the last couple of decades, is that idea is like that Ukraine is this kind of, you know, this small backwater, you know, Malorussia, peasant Russia, blah, blah, blah. And I think a lot of people had that idea of Ukraine, honestly, before the full-scale invasion. To be honest, that's probably what I had before the first time I went to Ukraine, which is in 2017. And then you actually go there and you see that it's a very dynamic, very developing country. You know, obviously it has its problems. You know, no one's going to pretend Ukraine is somehow, you know, extraordinarily transparent or corruption-free or anything like that. But Ukraine has this sort of amazing dynamism and inventiveness to it. And I felt that energy in Mariupol, right? Unfortunately, that's not necessarily the case for every city I went to in Ukraine. And in some parts of the book, I talk about why some people in some parts of the Donbass were still partial or favorable to the Russians, which is, you know, it's not something we really like to talk about, but unfortunately it is true, and I think it's worth asking those people why and figuring out why, the Russian propaganda, the Ruski Mir idea still held some kind of appeal to them. So, yeah, next.
Could you tell us more about these parts that you've been talking, that were not bringing you as good impression as Mariupol, for example?
Okay, so I think there's an interesting thing, because one of the things I've done in Ukraine is I've been in almost every oblast. I've seen a lot of towns and cities that, the average, person, a lot of Ukrainian people, for instance, probably never been to Nikopol or Kostiantynivka or, I don't know, Kupiansk or cities like that. And I don't want to say they gave me a bad impression of Ukraine, because, they're poor cities. Every country has poor cities. That does not mean that the people in there are bad, but there definitely were some places that. So one of the things that had happened in Mariupol is that it had been briefly taken over by the Russian sort of proxies, the separatists, whatever you want to call them, in 2014, and it had kicked them out. And the Ukrainian government realised, to its credit, we haven't done enough to bring the people onto our side, and so they invested quite a lot in Mariupol. They also invested in some other cities, like in Kramatorsk and Severodonetsk, but they didn't get everywhere, right? There was still a lot of very left behind, very deprived places that hadn't seen the investment, that hadn't had the, that the industry that had been there in the Soviet Union had sort of collapsed and nothing had really replaced it, where the young people mostly wanted to leave. They either wanted to come to Kiev or to Western Europe, or they wanted to go to Russia, because, some people still thought, there's probably more opportunity in Moscow than there is in Kupiansk, right? And so when I say that, there are parts in Ukraine that need a bit of kind of tender loving care, if you know what I mean. They were kind of left a bit behind. And so when you hear the Russians on the airwaves, because the Russian radio stations all reached Donetsk and Luhansk, saying, corrupt people in Kiev who hate your culture are stealing all your money from you, well, there's a reason they listen to things like that. You'd be better off back with Russia. Well, if you're, someone in your 50s, 60s or 70s, your pension's gone down year after year, or you have, your standard of living isn't what it was in the Soviet Union, then I understand why some of these people, buy into that narrative.
Thank you once again. So basically, you told us that your first time in Ukraine was in 2017, right?
Yes.
And you went there for traveling, or you had a job, maybe task, something like that?
So 2017. My first two visits, both of which are recounted in the book. One was 2017, literally just for tourism. My friend from high school was coming to visit. I went to high school and grew up in New Zealand. My friend from high school was coming to visit, and he wanted to go somewhere. He's like, yeah, let's go somewhere a bit edgy and dangerous or whatever. And because everyone kind of thought Ukraine back then, kind of dodgy Soviet backwater, maybe there's mafia, there's war there. And then I remember going there and being like, actually, this place is really cool, right? I mean, especially before the full-scale invasion, Kiev had an amazing nightlife. There were a lot of interesting, cool things to do. I remember, one of the things we wanted to do was go to Chernobyl, and I know for a lot of Ukrainians, these things like Chernobyl are a little bit like, you would like foreigners to know better things about your country than just the horrible things from the past. But it was an extremely well done, organized tour, one of the coolest that I'd ever been on. And I was like, I just had such a great time that I was like, I want to go back. And I was working at the time in the British Parliament. I was doing defence and security research, and we came back in 2018, and I actually went out to Donbass. We went to Toretsk at the it was still pretty quiet then. You could hear the old gunfire shot, and I think we heard one mortar in the background, and you can kind of put on a vest and a helmet and pretend you're a really hard journalist or whatever. But it was again, it was a view into a different part of the country that you don't see in Kiev, and it just made me interested in why what was happening here was happening. And so I would come back to Ukraine. Like I came back again a couple of times in 2021, just again for holiday and to visit. But then in 2022, when the American intelligence was warning about a possible war, a possible full-scale invasion, I decided to go and write an article about what's it like living under the scale of the threat of full-scale invasion. And I was there when everything started. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got stuck there, like you were in Kyiv or somewhere.
Well, not really. I was in Kiev. Yeah, I was in Kiev. I mean, I was. If I'd been in Mariupol, I would have been stuck. That would have been bad. I'm very glad I had left there. But I didn't get stuck in Kiev. I actually left Kiev after about 3 or 4 days, and I went to Lviv. And we were planning to leave. Me and my colleagues were planning to just go and leave the country. A couple of things happened that made us change our minds. One is, well, first it had been like 4 or 5 days, and everyone was saying that Kiev would fall in like 3 days, and we're like, well, Kiev hasn't fallen. They're not even in Kiev really yet, and maybe this is going to go better than we thought it would. A lot of you. Then there were like, I reached out to like Ukrainian people I knew, and they were like, some of them were like, we've stayed because it's our homes and we're not going anywhere, and others were like, I've joined the army. And I kind of felt like a bit of a coward, to be honest, about the fact that I'd left. I had just been in my national newspaper on the front page, photo of me, like helmet and vest, being like, our war zone reporter. And it's like, and here I am getting ready to leave the country when there's all of these people my age or younger who are staying and, doing their best. And so I felt like that. And so after about a week of hanging around in Lviv, I decided to go back, and that's where my life basically went back to Kiev, and I've been living there pretty much on and off for the last 3.5 years, and that's all described in The Dogs of Mariupol.
And like comparing Kiev to the first time you were there in 2017 to what's going on there right now, what are your feelings about like people, town, city?
So it's interesting because if I was just an alien and I'd been dropped into Kiev in 2017, and then I'd been like taken back up in a UFO and dropped back down in Kiev in exactly the same place right now in 2025, at first you would really not notice very much difference at all. Like, for people who haven't been in Kiev for a while or have never been while war's been going on, this current war, it's a lot more normal than you'd think, at least at first glance, right? Shops and cafes and that still are all open. The traffic is still absolutely terrible. There's all this, There's still a lot of foreigners there, although most of them aren't tourists. Most of them are like journalists like me or NGO workers or workers for, humanitarian aid organizations, or they're, loners looking to join the Foreign Legion, or not that everyone who joins the Foreign Legion is some kind of crackpot, although a lot of people who fall into all those categories of profession are. However, the mood is very different because the war, even though you can't see the war in Kiev all the time, it's always there. It's the backdrop, it's the unspoken backdrop to everything. You talk to someone, and even if they're not necessarily terrified for their personal lives, everyone's got family members fighting on the front line, or someone, in friend I met the other night, her mother is in Novokakhovka, still under occupation. People have, everyone has a horror story that they've heard from Bucha or Izium or Mariupol that keeps them up at night, and they're like, I can't believe the fucking Russians did XYZ horrible thing. And one of the things, for instance, that I found, because as I said, I went around every region to try and tell all the different stories, and Ukrainian people know this, is that every time you think that you hate the Russians more than you ever could, you find out some other little thing that they'd done, and you're like, actually, I hate them a little bit more now. And I remember when I was in Chernihiv, and they had this horrible story about how they would take in towns that they moved out of, like Yachidne, they would take people's pets and they'd put them in cupboards with explosives all around them. So the idea was for the first thing that would happen would be for someone to go into their house, hear their pet screaming, go to the cupboard, open it, boom, that's that. And it's like those kind of stories, they are pretty haunting for me. For Ukrainian people, they're even worse because this is your home, right? And you can't leave in the same way that I can. And even if you can leave physically, you can't leave it mentally or emotionally or spiritually.
Have you described any of the stories like in your book, something similar that you've told us just recently?
Yeah, so the story I told you there actually came from an interesting section where I did an interview with probably the highest profile Ukrainian celebrity I got access to. That there is Przez Patron. Yes, I got to interview him. He bit my hand, actually. I was trying to give him a treat, and he went for the treat, and he missed, and he got my hand by mistake. But I remember, and we went to his family is from Chernihiv, and he worked as a demining dog there for the first couple of weeks, and he was one of the teams of dogs that would go into these areas and sniff them out. He's not just a cute mascot. He genuinely did have an important job, and I was interviewing his owners basically, and they were telling me the story, and they told me that one of the stories about one of the homes they'd been into, it was somewhere in Chernihiv region, I think it was Yachidne, and they went there, and the Russians had done just that. Thankfully, one of the dogs sniffed it out and stopped people going in, so they were able to defuse it, get the cat out alive, but the intention was for the people to come back, for whoever owned the home to come back there and get blown up. And this is also, by the way, one of the other things I wanted to do in the book, because there's a lot of and this is just normal with any war or any conflict, particularly if you don't live there and you're just following from the outside. There are a few particular incidents that everybody who followed the war knows. Everyone knows about the Battle of Kiev, maybe Hostomel. People know about Bucha. People know about Mariupol. People probably heard about Bakhmut, because Bakhmut was all anyone was talking about for 8 months. However, there were loads of other not even tiny battles in some cases, right? So, for instance, the battle in Chernihiv in the very, very start of the war, that was just as important for the military story as the Battle of Kiev. That was maybe even more important. Actually, probably what the 1st Tank Brigade did in defending Chernihiv in March 2022 was more impressive than beating the Russians in Irpin, right? That the Russians had 1,000 armored vehicles there. 1st Tank Brigade had 32 or something like that, and a few Grad launchers, and they still had managed to hold them off. And if the Russians had taken Chernihiv, well, sure, they could have pulled out of Irpin and Bucha. They could just come and hit Kiev from the other side. It would have been game over, right? So there's that. The battle in Sumy that nobody remembers. Again, one of the only reasons the Russians couldn't get troops from Kursk to Kiev was because civilian teams in Sumy kept on sending in tiny little detachments that would go up, blow up Russian, logistics and Russian armor, and leave them burning there in the middle of the road, and then come back down, and all of a sudden the Russian logistics chain is blocked, so it can't get things to Kiev. There's other things, for instance, one of the battles that I was pleased to write about was the first Battle of Kherson, which actually happened, there actually was a battle for Kherson in in March 2022, right? Only lasted a day, but everyone has said, for instance, Kherson fell without a fight. Actually, it didn't fall without a fight, right? It fell there was still one battle, and it was really interesting to find one of the guys who had fought in that battle, and the fact that there was a Ukrainian outlet, I think it might have been ukraińska Pravda, that had actually, I think, they had done a story on that. And so there's a lot of stories about what happened in Ukraine that just haven't really been told. And I wanted to, even if I couldn't tell them in detail, tell as many of them as possible.
Are you planning to continue writing like the book, the next part maybe?
I mean, so writing a book is a fantastic and fascinating experience. However, it's not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot out of you. It basically becomes your full-time job, your full-time obsession for 6 months at least, if not longer. And, you know, in reality, I was writing this book for 3 years because I've been in Ukraine for 3 years. I would definitely now, no one really knows what's going to happen. And, you know, I will almost certainly do an updated edition. If the war lasts another 3 years, I will probably do a sequel. The thing is, the more you've written a book, the more people trust you to write more books, right? So it's much easier to go to like a cabinet minister or something and say, hey, I've got a book and I'm writing a sequel, you know, because they're like, okay, this guy clearly has done at least some work. He's not a complete nobody hitting me up out of nowhere. And so people are more likely to give you time, soldiers are more likely to give you access, people are more likely to trust you, if you know what I mean. Yep.
Like, you had a presentation of your book, like, in England, right?
Yes, I had one in London about 2.5 weeks ago. Yep.
How was the audience, like, what was the audience telling about the book? Maybe they have already written a reviews or something like that.
So, I mean, to be honest, for most people, that was the first exposure they'd had to the book. My publishing company is a very quick turnaround publisher. It specialises in political books, so it wants to get books out as quickly as humanly possible, right? And so what happened was that, you know, I basically, the book came out about 6 weeks after. 2 months after I handed the first draft in. So for most people, it was the first opportunity. But yeah, anyone who's read the book and the early reviews have been exceptionally good. So I'm very pleased with the reaction it's gotten. I just hope more people read it. Yeah.
And so there was like reviews from foreigners, right? Most of them were.
Yeah. So the problem is it's been hard to get the book into hands of Ukrainians because actually getting books into Ukraine is a bit of a logistical hassle. So one of the things that happened, for instance, is that I was in, you know, I was supposed to have about, you know, 40 or 50 books sent here. That couldn't happen because there was a problem with the shipping company. And so a lot of people who I know who are Ukrainians are like, yeah, I want a copy, I want a review copy, but they're waiting for me to come here, transport it into Ukraine and give it to them all. So yeah. Also, by the way, I will say, annoyingly, I had wanted to have a stack of books here to sign and you know, sell. I unfortunately don't. However, this will be arriving probably on the 24th, and I will be around until the middle of next week. If people would like to get a copy, to get it signed, ask me a few more questions, anything like that.
Yep, thank you. Maybe someone has any questions? Like,
yeah, go for it. I mean, I can hear you.
So, well, hi again. And the question is, do you feel that this book is a kind of a mission for you to let the world know about Ukraine and this war?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. That would be a good way of describing it, as a mission, because I think there's so many interesting, heroic, horrible stories to tell about the war in Ukraine. And as I said, people only have in their minds, people who followed the war overseas, you really remember a few very specific moments from the war. They don't necessarily remember the war in general. You know, they don't necessarily remember the fact that Kherson, for instance, even exists, right? They might remember it was liberated. They have no idea what happened over the last couple of years. So not just remind people about what happened, but kind of fill in people's gaps, and also have a lot of characters and people in the book. And I want you to be able to put a human face to all of the different stories that are told.
Yeah, I think it's a very important point to show that it's not only about some politicians who are doing that, about people.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, there are some good books about the politics of what happened, right? Yeah. That's not my job. And I have interviewed politicians for this, but that's not really the point, right? Like, the point is to tell the real human stories of the people who were there and use the political stuff as kind of a flavoring. Someone else will be writing the political history and have long sit-downs with Zelensky and Putin and Biden and Trump and tell that story. That isn't my story to tell, it's someone else's.
So maybe like another question, how do in which point you will understood that you did some job to with letting people know, like how do you will understand it?
Okay, so it happens at the weirdest times. So I was shocked and very happy, to be honest, that I sent some of the book to people know who Keith Kellogg is? Keith Kellogg is, for anyone watching who doesn't, he is the US envoy to, he's Donald Trump's envoy to negotiate with Ukraine. He's with Steve Witkoff as the guy who deals with Russia. He's got a very unenviable job, right? Because Donald Trump doesn't really know very much about what he's talking about when it comes to Ukraine, to be polite. But anyway, his daughter is in the book because his daughter actually lives and works in Ukraine, and she's she gave a really like powerful, inspiring speech shortly after that big bust up between Zelensky and Trump in the White House, and she went there and she said, hey, and she gave a speech. And I quoted large parts of her speech. Her speech was basically, this is why it's still important to support Ukraine. It's a good and evil struggle, and also talked about, for religious people, this is a religious struggle between good and evil. And she said to me, I read your chapter and I was blown away. Thank you so much. I'm so touched. I'm so honored. And so not only was I like, oh, wow, this is really nice to hear from a personal level. It's like, well, okay, this person is the daughter of the guy who's negotiating for Donald Trump. It means it's being read in the right circles. And then totally randomly, I was in at my friend's bachelor party in Vilnius in Lithuania about 2 weeks ago, and I had to go to the orthodontist while I was there. I went to ask for something. I went in, they didn't have what I needed, but before I left, the orthodontist was like, by the way, I just ordered your book. I've been following you online for ages. I'm like, what? It's like randomly I'm in Vilnius and my orthodontist has ordered my book and knows who I am and is following my work. So yeah, it's little things like that. It's not necessarily big. So for instance, I was on the BBC talking about the book. It's cool to have done, but no one's noticed it, and I don't think I sold really any copies from it. But having those personal moments of when people are really appreciated
it's very important.
Is very cool. Yep.
And maybe my question about your book. What's the biggest your personal touching moment? Which one included in the book? Can you remind? Or not included also? Okay. Yeah, just some your personal, very touching story which you touched a lot.
So, annoyingly, I should have a better answer to this question, but I don't off the top of my head. Okay, I'll give you. Here's one that I remember. So there's chapter number 9 in here is about the counteroffensive and how the counteroffensive failed, and we all know it failed. But what I did to talk to people for that is there is a clinic for people in Kiev. There's a couple in Lviv for amputees, soldiers who've been injured and lost limbs. And I remember going there at one point, and there were a bunch of sort of people going around. There's guys in wheelchairs, there's guys with no legs, there's guys with no arms. And one of the things is I sat down, I did a lot of interviews with them, and one of the things that struck me was how they were all glad that they'd done what they did, in the sense that they were like, we went in knowing we were going to have to maybe make the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and we did. And, you know, a lot of them said, I want to try and like go back. Like, you know, there was one guy, he had a leg amputated from down here, and he was literally skipping on a jump rope, and he said, yeah, I can still work as a drone pilot. I'm going to go back there as soon as I find a unit who will take me. There was another guy, I remember, he literally was missing both legs below his groin. Like, think of the entire, or almost the entire bottom half of you had just been cut off. And I remember he was working out, right? Like he was like, had someone put him on a bench and was doing like a bench press with, you know, he was doing like pull-ups, and it's like every time that I am going to be like, oh, I'm too lazy to go to the gym today, I can't be bothered, I'm going to remember a guy with no legs because he got blown up in Zaporizhia by a mine can do it. Yeah, we've got no excuse to like not go to the gym again. And so I think it was, and he was like, yeah, it's kind of annoying, but you know, I found a car that I can like drive because, you know, I have a special gear stick that has the accelerator on it and I was like, so a lot of the times, and there were a lot of other stories where you just hear of people who had, like, despite horrible circumstances, somehow managed to make the best of it, and that was one of them.
Thank you, and thank you for your passion work.
Немає проблема. Великий час. Who else? You didn't have a question?
All my questions were answered.
Audio questions were answered. I'll think of another one. Again, I'm happy to take any other questions that anybody has.
Can I ask you about your state?
My in what? Oh, like, you know, like personal, like mental. Yep.
Hi. How do you feel after this experience? Because you saw a lot of pain, human tears, and a lot of different stories.
Yeah, it's a very reasonable question. I think there's 2 points that I will say first. One is that Ukrainians, and I mean Ukrainian people here, are quite rightly almost all very traumatized by what's happened in the war. I'm going to be honest, that a lot of foreigners who come to Ukraine or come to war zones in general, 90% were a bit messed up before they got to war zones. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Like that, you know, nobody is like, wow, I had like a super happy childhood and I have a really stable job in Korea, I'm going to give it all up and go to Ukraine. Like that doesn't happen. It happens, but it's pretty rare. And one of the things that often happens is you get very used to seeing horrible stuff, but you kind of have in your mind, well, there's people that have seen so much more horrible stuff or had so much more horrible stuff happen to them. So it's like, you know, I think of, for instance, yeah, I've been close to some shelling, I've seen quite a few dead people, but then I think of my friend who's a British guy, volunteer, his name's Eddie, he was blown up in Pokrovsk and lost an arm and a leg, and I went in to visit him in Lviv in the hospital where he is, and I'm like, well, how on earth can I be like, oh, I'm, you know, poor me, like a shell exploded and 100 meters away from me I got a little bit of concussion or whatever. And I think it's also true that there's a very interesting study on PTSD in soldiers, and I don't remember where it's from, but basically it talked about how Vietnam was a particularly bad war for PTSD because not only did the American soldiers who come back, you know, they weren't fighting for their homes, they weren't fighting for their countries, they weren't feeling like they were doing anything useful there, and a lot of the people hated them for their involvement in the Vietnam War. So it was a lot harder for them to process, right? Whereas I think the author compared it to like tribal wars where people had been fighting for their, you know, in Sudan or somewhere where people had like joined self-defense militias to fight in their homelands, and they found that the people who had fought for something and they really believed in, they had a lot less problems with that. And so because I feel, and I know a lot of people who feel like this, that their jobs in Ukraine are important, they are valuable, and we produce something really important out of it, it helps you process things, I think, a lot more easily. So I don't think I'm that bad, or at least compared to other people, I've had a relatively easy ride. Yep. Any else?
Any other questions, maybe?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I will ask you about your writing process. What was like the happiest? What was your favorite moment about writing a book, and what was the hardest one?
I mean, you have a pretty good insight into my writing process in general, I think. But to go a little bit deeper, one of the best moments is just hitting send. Like once you've poured your heart, 900,000, hundreds of thousands of words out. Well, actually, some of my favorite moments were the follow-ups. Like I had interviewed people at the very start, and then I came back to them 3 years later, and I'm like, so the woman I told you about who I met in the cafe and then met at Bakhmut, I did an interview with her at the very start of 2022. Oksana Lisovi, the education minister, after I met him in the trench, I sat down with him again about 3 months ago to, what was your life been like afterwards? And it's Oksana and Stanislav, who I showed you at the start, that couple who went out to the front lines, and they're doing jobs now slightly behind the front lines, but I went out to see them again. And so following people, being able to catch up with people, for one, to see that they're still alive is very nice, and because that didn't happen in all the cases. And two, it's really interesting to be able to talk to these people and find out from them, how do you feel about that event that happened to you now all this time later? How's your life changed? How's your perspective on the war changed, for instance, and stuff like that? So that's one. That was probably, of the writing the book process, the most satisfying kind of cathartic moments. And what was the other part of the question?
I asked what was the worst, what was the hardest part of writing?
It's gonna be a boring answer, but it's like there are some times that you just wake up and you're like, I have absolutely no idea what to write or what to say, and you have to just kind of I don't know, it feels like you're extracting a tooth from your mouth, from your own mouth or something like that. Like writing when you really don't want to write and you have no inspiration feels awful and ugly. And there were certain parts, right, of the book that are just hard, because I told you I wrote that bit that's like a 3,000-4,000 word story of Ukraine's history. How am I, someone who, speaks maybe B1 Ukrainian, has been in Ukraine for 3 years, how do I tell a story of Ukraine's history in 3,000 or 4,000 words and not make it overly simplistic and, not leave out loads of essential details? It's almost impossible, but it's necessary to give people a backdrop to the book. Writing some of the things about stuff that was already very well known. For instance, I didn't really enjoy writing about the Battle of Kiev, not because it's not important, but because there's every single book that's been written about the war describes the Battle of Kiev in detail. So that's why I added bits about Chernihiv and bits about Sumy and bits about Kherson, and I took the book through to the end of 2024 because that's something new that I could do. But yeah, covering a lot of that well-tread ground that other people had done that I didn't necessarily have new insights into, that wasn't fun, so to speak, even if it was necessary. But good questions. Yeah.
So I have one more. Have you developed any tips how to overcome these difficulties when you don't have inspiration? What do? You just wait until it comes back, or you just write if even at the beginning you don't have an inspiration? Maybe it comes after.
So one almost kind of trick that I have is I'll take a section from an article, a short section from an article, and kind of copy, and I'll kind of copy paste, and then I'll just start rewriting that in different words, and then when I get to the end of it, it's there's 500 words on the page or whatever, and it's do something really, really easy that's that's as little mental effort as possible. And just get it, and just get something on the page, even if it's terrible, even if you have to delete it, even if you don't care for it at all. And and just get something on the page by the end of the day. And that's and so make your criteria for success not that high, right? Make your criteria for the success 1,000 words a day, even if they're crappy. Any other questions? Of course.
I have a little question.
Obviously.
But Did you use ChatGPT when you write your book?
It's very interesting because I've been asked that question so many times. The answer is not really, but okay, ChatGPT cannot write. It's quite a good editor, but it can't really write. So it's like, I remember, so for instance, just give you a so ChatGPT is quite good when it's working with stuff that there's loads of information available on, right? So for instance, at one point I was doing a piece about reconstruction of different parts of Ukraine, and I was like, I wonder how well ChatGPT will do on this. And ChatGPT wrote me an article, and it said, you know, Ukrainian reconstruction authorities based in the city of Mariupol have decided to rebuild the city along this lines and blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's no Ukrainian reconstruction based in Mariupol because Mariupol is destroyed and occupied, right? And it's like, ChatGPT didn't know that, like, and just kind of made it up. So I can ask it to write about what happened in Bucha, and, you know, and I used it, and it came up with all the right information, with all the right links. I then asked, write something about Chernihiv, and it just made it all up because there's not enough information out about there. So for this kind of writing, not really. However, I did run my, you know, there's no writing in the book that comes from ChatGPT. However, I did, you know, before I sent drafts to my editor, I would go through, I'd like upload a chapter, and it would often give me some genuinely quite useful advice and genuinely good parts to, you know, pointed out mistakes and problems. But then if it tried to rewrite them, what it would come up with was just unusable garbage. So I think that. Now, will that change in a couple of years? Maybe. But at the moment, we're still not. This is why ChatGPT can write anything, but you don't really read any articles that are written by ChatGPT, even though they cost nothing to produce, because they're just not at that level yet. Yeah. Yep.
Maybe I have a question. Do you imagine exactly the same book in Ukrainian language?
Absolutely.
Like translate? Or this is like a kind of introduction, introduction about this differences of reception outside of Ukraine and inside. What is?
Look, I 100% want to do a Ukrainian version. I obviously, like, you know, I don't speak Ukrainian well enough to write this book in Ukrainian, unfortunately, so I'll have to find a translator. And a lot of the book is quite kind of like slightly over the top literary prose, and so therefore, you know, I need to find a damn good translator who I'm very confident will convey the meaning absolutely properly. And not only that, it's also that I want to go back to people and be like, because people again, and be like, okay, I want you to make sure that the translation that's in your language that your friends and family are going to read is exactly what you're comfortable with, right? You know, and that I think is important, because someone, you know, I've translated what they've said in English from Russian or Ukrainian to English, and they're fine with what it seems to sound like in English, but it's more touchy when it's in when it's in their native language, and so it's a bit of a logistical process, but it's definitely something I want to do over the summer. Yes.
Yeah. So finally, there will be Ukrainian edition.
I hope so within 2 or 3 months. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yep. Any last final questions? Because if we do have any more time, I want to do a little bit of a reading, finish off what I was reading before.
I wanted to ask. What do you find, like, you are from New Zealand, and the similar, like, traits in society, like the similarity between New Zealand people and Ukrainians, and some things that you noticed as completely different, and did you wrote about this in your book?
Okay, so it's quite a good question, and not one that I've thought too closely about. But one thing I did definitely remember is going and driving around the Donbass. So I'm originally, my family is mostly from a small little mining town called Greymouth on the west coast of New Zealand that none of you will have ever heard of, because there's not a huge amount of reason for you to have heard of it, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, it's a kind of an old bit of a slightly run down mining town, and it reminded me, the environment, the atmosphere, the vibes of people reminded me a lot of what I saw in Donbass and some of the, so I remember when I was in Soledar, for instance, it's just north of Bakhmut, I was like, wow, this reminds me a little bit of Greymouth, a little bit of where I grew up. You know, the way that a lot of people had been there their whole lives and lived there their whole lives and had almost never left, and it had kind of become this sort of community ecosystem. So no, I didn't really write about it, but actually, to be honest, when I do a second edition of the book, I may well use that comparison, because I think it's a valuable one. And I think it did in some ways make it kind of harder, because it's like, I know my grandparents who, are elderly and not in very good shape, and and then seeing people who looked a lot like them having to be evacuated from these towns and these homes that they'd lived in their whole life. And it's like, I'm thinking, okay, I know just how difficult it was to get, my grandmother to go from, her home she'd lived in most of her life to a nursing home when she got to the stage she couldn't really look after herself. It must, be so much harder for an, old person who's lived in a Donbass town their whole lives to have to get up and leave their homes that they've grown attached to, and that's why one of the reasons why so many people are so stubborn and they're like, no, I'll stay to the ends of the earth. I don't care what's happening. That's why thousands of people still don't leave those towns. That's a big part in the book that I talk about. Yep. Maybe one more question, then I'll do a little bit of a reading, and then we can wrap up and move on to what's next.
Yes. What kind of advice would you give to foreigners who would like to visit Ukraine, who have never been there, and who would like to visit Ukraine, for example, now, next month, this year?
So I'm going to give very, very different advice. So, one, don't go east of the river, just don't, unless you're really looking for okay, I want to do hardcore adventure danger tourism, don't go to Kharkiv or Kherson or anywhere crazy. I think you can go to Lviv and places in the west and be pretty safe, right? But I would say go there with something to do, with an actual purpose of delivering aid or writing a story about it. And it doesn't have to be in a major newspaper or something, even writing social media blogs and videos and this is what I saw in Ukraine, the war is still going on and stuff like that. Don't just go there to be a voyeur or be a bit of a spectator. Go there with something in mind to actually do that can be helpful. It doesn't have to be huge, but even a gesture of support is still appreciated. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Okay. What's time, by the way? How are we for time? So I'll do a little. Okay, so I'll finish the part I had been reading. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, sure. We good? We're getting all the thumbs up here in the studio. So good to be here. Now have for you a poem, piece of writing, thoughtfully conjured by our friend Gleb. And we begin with a question. The question is, when we say the South, what do we hear first? The wind whistling in our ears, the line of the horizon that doesn't break, the taste of cold watermelon, water inside the fruit, in the middle of hot air, history, poetry, ideas. All of this also feels the heat and the shade of the steppe. Today I'll offer a short journey through this space, together with 4 of our interlocutors. Mikhailo Hrushevsky, Lesia Ukrainka, Yevhen Malonyuk, and Dmytro Cheshevsky. And let our guide be a simple yet eloquent symbol, the Kherson watermelon. The steppe in our imagination is not just geography. It is a border stage between settled life and nomadism, between labour and raid, between fertility and scorching. Here the myth of the South is born. The wild field, the road to the Black Sea, ports, trade, Cossack freedom, and the eternal motion of the wind. And right here the watermelon is no trifle, but an earthly emblem, a sign of water in drought, of fruit in the midst of risk, of coolness in the heat and dust. Let us begin with Mikhailo Hrushevsky. For him, the South is a frontier with the great steppe, an arena of centuries where communities learn to answer danger. From here come the Cossacks, the opening to the sea, new cycles of agriculture and commerce. In his optic, the steppe is ambivalent, threat and opportunity at once. And here is the paradox. Where cavalry once thundered, irrigation, canals and melon fields gradually appear. The watermelon here is a peaceful inversion of the frontier. Instead of a raid, irrigation. Instead of the clang of the sabre, the dull thud of a water pump. Instead of ash, a pink and green map of fertility. History doesn't vanish, it changes its tools. Lesia Ukrainka sees the steppe differently, through the body, the journey, and sound. In the road to the sea, the South is a hot mirage. Keen wind, a horizon without shade. This space tests, but it also liberates. It opens the lungs, sharpens hearing, forces thought to be as precise as the line of the sky. The watermelon in such a scene is a gesture of the land's care for the traveller, water hidden in the flesh, coolness that lets one go on. It is a small ethic of hospitality. The South not only tests, it also sustains. Yevhen Malonyuk shifts the focus sharply. For him the steppe is a raw material of history that requires will and form. No pastoral, a testing ground for state building, iron discipline against lax dreaminess. Against this backdrop the watermelon sounds ironic, the sweet fruit of the steppe behind the demand for rigour. Yet in this irony there is a truth. The land has potency, and the question is not whether the fruit is sweet, but whether we can organise labour, logistics, irrigation, so that this fruit is not an accident but a norm. Seed is also discipline, row to row, field to field. Finally, Dmytro Cheshevsky. He gives us the tools for a cultural, typological reading. The steppe is an endless horizontal, a monotony that breeds the melancholy of thoughts and the need for an inner vertical. Ukrainian culture seeks this vertical in the heart, in chordocentrism. And here the watermelon becomes an unexpectedly precise image, a round fruit with a heart, with seeds, a materialized axis inside the empty horizontal, a heart that gives direction, water that gives duration. When we join these voices, a polyphony emerges. In Hrushevsky, the historical frontier, institutions crystallizing out of risk. In Lesia, an existential roads and the poetics of wind. In Malanyuk, the programming of will and form. In Hrushevsky, the psychology of boundless space pushing us to seek an inner spine. And the watermelon, a strange but accurate mediator among them. Water against heat, economy undergirding idea, heart against emptiness, peaceful mastering of the frontier instead of its eternal armed repetition. And now we transition smoothly to one of the greatest underground labels in South Ukraine, specifically Odessa, Zakbag Records, and pass the mic to our friend Gleb.
Thank you very much for your excellent pass of the idea, information, word, vision, solidarity, and this is what it's about. So, happy birthday to Zakbag Records. 17 years of parties, albums, records, great people from all over around the world. З днем народження Zakbag Records. І хотів я сказати, що десь на переломі між весною та літом у мене і Софії була чудова нагода відвідати фрумоса Дмитра в Альпійських горах. І про це ми приготували сюжетик для вас. І скоро ви його побачите. Але я хотів би звернути вашу увагу, що вийшла нова компіла. Fuck the Borders Wall 13. There is a new compilation by Zakbag Records you can find on Bandcamp and SoundCloud. Purchase the compila to support label. It will be a great pleasure for the label and for the artists who are there. One of the artists, or I rather would say a duo, is a Ritual. We had a great pleasure to be in this historical compilation together with a lot of wonderful artists. So, I would give you a chance to listen to our track, and I strongly recommend you to check the compilation fully. There is a lot of tracks, I don't know exactly how much, but probably around 40, something like that. And it's IDM, breakcore, experimental, meta-gabber, techno-opera mix of wonderful samples and FM synthesized sounds. So, enjoy. З днем народження Zakbag Records, з днем народження пройдешнім frumos. Зараз ви побачите матеріальчик з ним дуже класний. Ось. І долучайтесь до доброї справи, підтримуйте Zakbag, підтримуйте незалежних артистів і лейбли. Support independent labels and underground artists, as you never know when the pop culture will steal again from us. See you soon and enjoy. And you can buy each track separately and all together by one. So there is 43 tracks. And also a lot of our friends from Ukraine as well. So, operator, I hope sound goes on.
Зродились ми великої години, з пожеж війни і полум'я вогнів, пекав нас біль за долю України, зростиве нас гнів, вилють на ворогів. Ми йдемо в бій переможним ходом, верхів міцні, незламні в Україні. Плач не дав нікому ще свободи, хто борець з долею здобуває світ.
Куди ми далі йдемо?
Ох, скользко.
Це його, походу, двойник, тому що уші не погризані.
Да. Это матумба.
Матумба?
Да.
Він знаходиться на коня. Опа.
Ідемо, коротше, до хлопців туди. Подивимось, що вони роблять. Десь тут зараз вийду.
Yeah, I wear it. I use it at home. Just call me fat.
What are you doing?
I don't really know. Experimenting.
And
Yeah,
you?
DIY bleaching. We bleach with how it's called, белизна, and then
Whiter.
Whiter.
Walter Whiter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's
bleach some
cool.
clothes and then we will print on it.
Cool.
First the t-shirts and then anal bleaching.
Oh wow.
And then it can like make holes. Hard is just for a little bit from drops.
Be careful. Very burning.
Probably we should have some cup as well, like plastic cup. Like
Nice.
Yeah, like from yogurt or from something.
Yeah, glass
It's
cup.
all
You can wash it.
it's usually in this, but not forget. And then we also will spray. Wait, it better this do after. First we will do this, and then I will try to. You will do this, and I will try to make some lightnings stuff.
What is this for? Exactly for this, right?
Yeah, probably. Then we can use also this. And where was little sponges? It stays there. It's our team. I don't know, it was probably because something was there. Next time better use...
This is very nice, the orange and the black.
And whose horses are these?
Oh, my neighbors.
Neighbors, and they are coming here to eat.
We want to just chill. They're here. We're always in pencil.
And this is your garden. And you're renting it or just giving it as a?
He's paying a little bit. It's like 300 a year.
A year. Yeah, really a little bit.
Well, it's better than nothing. But still,
Yeah, of course.
you don't get rich from it. You want this the same way as before?
Yeah, just but with easy probably.
Kombucha?
Immediately in sun you can see. Be careful, ice. It's windy here.
Nice.
Подожди, как более струю сделать? О, shit. Ну да, оцей от у мене там. Вони реально круті. What?
What because?
They will sing now. Probably I want to hang one for sure, like this.
And this is like under this metal plate there is a kind of
This material, the wood chips for heating.
Like this and
Automatic heating that's transporting it inside and that's doing the heating for winter.
And where you are getting these wood parts?
There are several dealers. You know, one of our neighbors, he has a big plant for those, and he always has some leftover, so he's sharing some with us. Of course, we have to pay him. And there are also several companies that sell them. It's kind of popular to heat with this stuff.
And this is like profitable. I mean, more economically better, comfortable than, I don't know, central heating.
It is a central heating, but it's not run with fossil fuels. It's run with renewables. You know, so the wood that is here, you can basically take the trash leftover woods and then you shred it with a big wood chipper, basically. And it's it's the cheapest way to heat, I think.
Okay.
Of course, the best way would be to insulate your house more, but then again, you have like a plastic tent over your house, which is also not ideal. No fresh air at all.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, but it's a good way. Not so expensive. And you know, also it's always like that when you have fossil fuels, when you burn coal, when you burn oil or gas, you're always supporting some totalitarian regimes, and this is absolutely a no-go. You know, in the end, you pay your enemies that do everything to destroy your way of living, and it's not sustainable at all. So yeah, this I think is the future. The renewables, solar, wind. That's
and
the way to
you
go.
also have solar panels, like, but how
Finally.
recently? Not.
It started. I think last week when they finished it. Yeah, it's really new, and it's working really good. So at the moment we are producing too much when it's a sunny day like that. We're producing like 15 times more than we use, and it's going into the grid. They also pay you a little bit back, so it's okay. It will pay off after a couple of years, and supposedly these panels are holding for 50 years. Of course, they will not produce as much as in the beginning.
Yeah,
but they will still work.
Nice. So there is kind of an example of independence, energetical independence, heating, solar energy, but also like water here. Actually, I think it's not a problem as soon as it comes from the mountains.
Yeah, if you look there, our neighbor, this little house that is there, it's a water power plant. He has up there where is this steep rock wall. There he has a small dam, and then this long pipe that is going there, and he's generating electricity for half the village.
Wow!
And it's not the only one. In ZEDERHAUS they have already like 4 or 5 of these small ones, and each of them, I mean, they produce up to 100 kilowatts. So it's really a lot. I mean, usually a house, how much are you consuming? It's like 200-300 watts. So this is for a couple of 100 houses when it's running with full energy. And of course the big water dams. I mean, Austria is very lucky to have all the mountains, the Alps, and almost everywhere they have already big water power plants, and they're building wherever it's possible. So it's also very good.
Have you heard that in China they built so huge dam that it's slowing down the Earth's rotation for 0.06 like seconds or something like that?
You're welcome. What can you do? It's of course better than when you make more nuclear power plants or burn coal, which is the worst of all of them.
So you are preferring something else than nuclear power?
Yeah, of course, when it's possible. I mean, in my opinion, nuclear power, I mean, okay, yeah, it's safe, it's reliable, but it's very expensive. Yeah. And, you know, if something happens, then it's really a big thing happens. I mean, this is in Chernobyl or Japan, Fukushima. So, but mostly it's really expensive. I mean, my opinion, it's only for countries that want to make nuclear weapons. So, because then as byproduct you can create all this other thing and have the research. But for a normal peaceful country, like Austria, that hopefully doesn't start in another world war. It's probably not a good option.
Yeah, but for example, countries which are super limited in natural sources, I don't know, like as is water, same as, I don't know, with solar amount of solar energy coming from the space. So maybe for them it's also kind of nuclear power plant is kind of help.
Yeah, for example, if you look at Egypt, they're building a nuclear power plant. They want to, at least. Who knows if they ever get it together. But in such a case, you know, you have almost all your country is desert, and why they are not using solar is, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's also interesting point. Because imagine like to cover all these pyramids with solar panels.
Yeah.
Because actually, like shape of the pyramid is totally ideal for solar system. Anywhere sun is, you are always catching sunlight.
Yeah, all around. Maybe not on the north side, but on the other three sides for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is something that has to be considered.
Mm-hmm.
Or in another way, why not make a global grid? Why not just put a lot of solar panels on the equator and connect them everywhere? Because sun will shine all the time when it's possible, and just make even a transatlantic cable or something and share the energy globally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who knows if it's ever possible, but
we need to try.
We need to try, yeah. Definitely could aim for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
But what he eat?
Everything.
I think, yeah.
Борщ?
I think probably meat. Also, I don't know.
Брат, не борщ.
Це була обманка.
Not like that.
То он выбежал сразу. Такий якийсь поменше, мабуть, не був. І не чорно-біле, якийсь такий біло-коричневий.
Тут є один двійник з мему цього, котрий але вона зашовила. І інший двійник монстра тільки молодший.
Ага. Може це його ребенок?
Хто знає?
Може,
Що? Я можу так.
Можемо і так, в принципі. Щось у мене
Потяг. Веселий кот мордарів.
Чудовий день, можливо, не такий сонячний, як попередній, але мені здається, що в такому місці завжди гарна погода, в якомусь сенсі. Сьогодні і, в принципі, декілька останніх днів у нас чудова нагода провести час в чарівному місці з чарівними людьми. Сьогодні з нами Діма frumos, засновник Sekpak Records, з яким ми мали честь співпрацювати вже декілька разів, робити лайв-акти в студії UKRAiNATV, якої наразі не буде, або вона з'явиться в іншому місці, це ми побачимо. Але це, власне, такий довід на те, що життя рухається вперед і на місці не сидимо, а тим більше ти з твоїм досвідом подорожі і такого nomadic state of mind. Постійно десь в русі кочевник такий, тим більше зараз з сопілочкою ще, це взагалі такий. Як ти?
Та норм. Вже відпочивання трішки якраз підустав, підвтомився. Хочеться вже десь усісти, щоб спокійно робити свої справи. На стабільності якоїсь охоти. Але де ж її взяти у сучасному світі?
Так, сучасний світ – це апогей, чи як це правильно казати, апофеоз, нестабільності і невпевненості.
Апопіоз.
Апопіоз, афігіоз. Слухай, а так коротке інтро, як ти сюди потрапив? Ми зараз знаходимося в місцевості, яка називається ZEDERHAUS. А якщо точніше, то якось біля ZEDERHAUS?
Ні, це село ZEDERHAUS, так, а місцевість це Лунгау.
Це біля Зальцбурга.
Зальцбурзька область.
Зальцбурзька область. Австрійський
район.
Так. Як ти сюди потрапив?
Ну, з самого початку, бо...
Я думаю, що можна, якщо можна.
Ну, колись давно я приїхав просто до Інго, це власник цієї хати, на день народження пограти. У нього ще є хатинка Альм. Це горна хатинка така, і ось ми там грали і празднували його день народження. Ось так роззнайомились, спілкувались, і потім він мене пригласив вже через 4 роки чи через 5 років ще раз в гості взимку у лютому 2022-го. І я приїхав сюди і почалась війна якраз. І все. Потім я вирішив поїхати пожити у Берлін. Поїхав, пожив трішки, мені не зайшло, можна так сказати. Багато складностей, багато нюансів. І ось я повернувся сюди. Зараз тут моя мама теж проживає. Я забрав її теж там через декілька місяців після початку війни. Велика дяка Інгу, що він дозволив нам це все. Прийняв нас гарний господар, гарна людина дуже. Люблю його як брата.
Вау. Так, ми теж дякуємо велике і Інгу, і frumosу, що ми тут можемо на мікрорезиденції, коротше, можна сказати. Ходимо на ретріти в гори, слухаємо і джемимо з frumosом. Загалом переосмислюємо міське, постійно динамічне і непередбачуване міське життя в Кракові. Хоча Краків насправді це в порівнянні до інших, не знаю, столиць.
Ну ось це якраз і була одна з причин, чому повернувся сюди, тому що в Берліні там просто жорсткий хаос, передоз всього.
І у всіх.
І у всіх, так. І
всі на передозі від чогось.
І всі дуже творчі. З одної сторони це кльово, а з іншої сторони це якось, ну не знаю, вже складно вичислити, хто дійсно щось вартує, а хто просто робить вид.
Угу. Позери всюди є. Зрозуміло. А як ти плануєш, не знаю, якийсь, чи у тебе є якийсь накреслений шлях майбутнього? Чи хочеш залишитися тут, чи хочеш рухатись далі?
Ну, з накресленим шляхом це важкувато, тому що життя міняється кожен день, ніякої стабільності немає толком. І було б класно, щоб можна було тут лишитися, але є всякі бюрократичні нюанси, і з роботою важкувато.
Важкувато, бо треба знати мову добре, так?
Треба знати мову і не скрізь тебе тут візьмуть. Тобі треба місцеве навчання, щоб наші дипломи
запрувити,
не так це легко.
Треба трошки перевчитись.
І ніхто не хоче дуже сильно нас брати на якісь тут класні такі роботи, в основному так, обслужуючий персонал. Ось. Але було б круто, ну це місце просто дрім. Ви бачили самі природу тут і, я не знаю, спокій, і люди привітні, їжа гарна, не знаю. Але я теж хочу подорожувати.
Ну власне, чи подорожі для тебе зараз обмежені, беручи під увагу, що ти знаходишся тут і, як я розумію, типу, зі статусом охочці. Мігрант, чи як це правильно? Біженець. Чи ти не біженець?
Не біженець, це тимчасовий захист. Він зараз продлений до березня 26-го року. З ним я можу подорожувати, але я теж поки на соціальній допомозі. А ось з нею вже це перетворяється в дуже такий хардовий варіант, тому що ти як навіть на 5 хвилин виїжджаєш за кордони Австрії, то ти маєш казати, і вони тебе знімають з цієї допомоги, і потім ти маєш заново це все типу, оформляти. І ось. Коротше, це доволі напряжно. З подорожами зараз і ось. Але я в моїх планах знайти роботу і хоча б якусь і спокійно, щоб можна було їздити. Зарплатня тут нормально, в принципі. Ось.
Ну і соцпакет.
Ну так.
Плотний.
Подивимося, як воно вийде. Але я не можу сказати 100%, що тут так буде. Ще думав, може до Кракова приїхати, там моя дівчина. Поживемо, побачимо, як воно буде. Поки ці варіанти відкриті. Я поки тут, як можна сказати, встановлююсь після берлінського життя.
Такий рехаб після Берліну.
Ну так, в мене там почались панічні атаки і взагалі. Треба здоров'я поправляти.
Ну так. А як справи у лейблу?
Ну, лейблу, в принципі, нормально. Але я з усіма цими приїздами, війною і прочим трішки в мене це сил під'їло і я не можу вже так віддаватись. Я хочу, але я може в якийсь момент перегорів трішки. І зараз я намагаюсь повернутися на
шлях.
на той шлях, так, на повноцінний. Але важкувато. Ну, я намагаюсь робити все, що намагаюсь. Релізи йдуть стабільно. І трішки менше вечірок зараз.
А чому?
Ну, самому це важко. І треба в кооперації з людьми робити це. І було важкувато це все, я не знаю. Бо на інший часу теж треба. І це все дуже, як виявилось, раніше мені здавалось, це все легко, а зараз я розумію, що це кучу часу забирало і енергії. І просто я був настільки заряджений, що мені вдавалось
балансувати.
І я не відчував ні втомленості, нічого. А ось після цих всіх подій нашого життя, якось вона трішки...
Ну, а загалом про тусовки, що ти думаєш? В сьогоднішньому світі, чи ми не знаходимося на якомусь спаді андерграундної культури, як деякі кажуть? Бо організація вечірок стала, ну, по факту бізнесом, який потребує теж багато фінансів. Наприклад, там зняти якийсь простір, умовно там в Кракові, то це там 4 тисячі злотих. Якщо менше 4, то ти маєш ще організувати саунд-систему, світло, промоушен. Ну, тобто це такий, здається, мегапроєкт. Ніби ти робиш одноденний фестиваль, з якого насправді ти можеш ще і в мінус піти.
Ну так, я хочу сказати, що в принципі для нас завжди таке було. Нічого не дуже не змінилося. Андеграунд, він не має бути таким, як це все поп-двіжуха. І він виживе по-любому. І то, що його менше і важче робити, це не означає, що його не існує і що він не буде якось двигатись. Це все поп-двіж, він тимчасовий. Все одно він черпає багато чого з андеграунд культур. Люди, котрі експериментують, вони дають натхнення і зачатки, мені здається, всяким двіжухам, котрі попсові, потім в попсу потім переростають. І можна сказати, що попса підпитується. Завжди так було. Ось. Ну і не треба дуже розстраюватись, що не так багато двіжів. Я думаю, що у всьому свій час. Вони якби є скрізь. Може не такі великі, як ми не хотіли, але вони є. І будемо працювати над тим, щоб їх було більше. Мають бути різноманіття, щоб люди мали вибір. Ось це от якраз мені не подобається, що там в Кракові, наприклад, можна сказати, ось як ти кажеш, важкувато зробити івенти, що забити все більш попсовими двіжухами. Хотілося б, щоб була можливість і те відвідувати. І так воно має бути.
Ну, в Кракові зараз велика проблема з плейсами, з веню, де можна це організувати. Їх стає все менше, а навіть от протягом останнього півроку 2 клуби закрилися, 1 переїхав, СТК, бо напроти побудували апартаменти, і їх тупо викинули звідти. Але вони за 5 днів знайшли новий спот, переїхали, і під час тусовки, ще ми теж там були, під час тусовки вони ще там підмикали, підключали світло там, і так далі. Це взагалі був окремий перформанс. Бо, і це, до речі, теж така ідея взагалом. Не знаю, можливо, навіть на якийсь кількаденний фестиваль, що типу ви збираєтесь з людьми в якомусь місці і від нуля разом з гостями будуєте фестиваль.
Ну так я ось за це і хотів сказати, що мені здається, що це свідчить, що проблема не в плейсах, проблема в ком'юніті. Тому що бажання і команда, і все можна робити, і знайти плейс, і так далі. А це ось важкувато. Це саме основне, ти розумієш? Якщо у тебе це є, ти можеш і на виїзді робити, і взагалі з нуля, як кажуть, все. Головне саунд-систему десь знайти, але ж то можна. Але це складно одному все робити. Це реально треба команда, і така, котра не буде протерюватися, губитися. Котрі тільки скажуть, а потім...
Як ти думаєш, чому люди губляться в таких ініціативах?
Ну, тому що це важко. А люди... І це круто. І тому, коли ти розмовляєш, всі спочатку о, клас, давай, а потім, як до діла доходить, виявляється, що треба піднапрячься немножко. Але як важко. Якщо ти справді гориш цим, то все круто. І ще мені здається, що треба, щоб був хтось, хто запрягає, як кажуть, хто мотивує людей і якийсь...
Лідер? Ну
так, і бажано не один.
Такий core і...
Брейк.
І брейк.
І бажано планування тоді, і все це.
Ну, власне, планування. Мені здається, що для людей це дуже зараз якийсь складний челендж в житті, мати довгострокове планування. І для тих, хто переживає якісь суперкризові часи, і для тих, хто в якомусь сенсі народився і прожив досить розслаблене життя. Бо все там дядя щось там допоможе, порішає, або держава за тебе там зробить, або роботодавець скаже тобі, коли на роботу прийти, скільки ти працюєш, що зробити і так далі. Знаєш, мені здається, що велика проблема в складності видобути ініціативність серед людей. Тобто дуже часто після місяця якогось запалу все зводиться до того, що люди просто очікують якихось таких, знаєш, суперконкретних задач. А якщо це все ще не підпрягається, не знаю, якимось договором, контрактом, зобов'язанням, а чисто на словах, то тим більше людям легко, типу, загубитись і, в принципі, втратити флоу.
Так, ось в мене нещодавно так сталося. Я намагався підключити людей до лейблу. Спочатку все на словах добре, всі такі за... Потім, як до діла дійшло, то виявилося, що це не спрацювало. І я прийшов знову до того, що мені краще багато речей одному робити, тому що я знаю, якнайменше, що я можу на себе сподіватися, і я точно це зроблю, і зроблю так, як хочу, і ніколи не буду чекати. Бо потім ти чекаєш і ще розочаровуєшся. А тобі треба мотивувати людей, артистів, щоб вони творили теж, а у тебе у самого цей запал пропадає із-за людей, з ким ти намагався працювати, можна так сказати. І все, це легко губиться. Ось тому... Так, хто хоче, нехай підключається, але тільки відповідально.
Отвечайте за базар. якщо так в двох словах. Добре. А що ти любиш з'їсти?
Борщ.
Борщ?
Ну, що?
І тут борщ з'являється, який Фрома зготував. Тарілочка борща. 2. Борщ був дуже смачний. Всім колись рекомендую спробувати борщ від Фрумоса.
Може, запустимо мерч. Борщ-мерч. Будемо в банках. 5-літрових.
Ну, блін, це, до речі, прикольно. Такий законсервований борщ. Я, до речі, щось натрапив на днях на таку інфу, що насправді борщ сформувався як умовно там національна страва під час Голодомору.
Я бачив це теж вчора.
Так?
Да. Але мені здається, що
мені теж, що це якісь такі...
По-перше,
вброс.
Там різноманіття всього у борщу. Під час Голодомору люди просто...
Ну, для мене теж борщ, насправді, це, мабуть, такий шик інгредієнтів. Ну, у тебе реально має бути кожного овоча там по одному, принаймні, щоб зробити борщ. Ще й бажано там, не знаю, якусь зажарочку туди-сюди. Ну, борщ так. І мерч з борщом це цікаво. Такі, ну, або, наприклад, ти під час якогось івенту готуєш борщ і консервуєш його. І потім...
Там можна просто, що там консервувати, треба їсти. Але івент тоді має бути 3-дневний. Тому що борщ краще наступні дні.
Так, це правда. Один день готуємо, другий куштуємо, третій...
Ізі, я можу грати і готувати одночасно.
Ну, це, до речі, мені здається, теж дуже цікавий концепт. І для ADHD це теж, я думаю, це такий перформанс приємний може бути. Ну і теж мені здається, що це такий крос-кампейн міксування і міксологі загалом, як якогось виду мистецтва і науки, вміння поєднувати. Так само, як ти міксуєш музику, звуки,
так
само міксуєш
продакшн музики дуже схожий. Ми з японцем одним з нашого лейблу говорили, Chaos. І він каже, я як готую їжу, там інгредієнти цього додав, трішки цього.
Прикольно. Добре, то будемо робити.
Ось ви можете послухати тут його трек.
Тут ми додали тречок. Ти там підпишеш, так? Добре. Слухай, то якщо ми вже так плавно перейшли від їжі, від міксування продуктів до міксування звуків, може розкажи про свій сетап, про цей чудовий, який виглядає як якийсь космічний корабель, тим більше тут на стриху, з таким видом, ніби десь пливеш в потойбічному світі, з хмарами, які спускаються з неба, горами і так далі.
В принципі, тут хмара.
Так. А за кадром, до речі, Софія. Якщо хтось намагався це здогадатись. Розкажи, що у тебе тут є, і можливо, чому ти теж повернувся до модулярів.
Та що, тут ціла кухня є.
Ціла кухня інгредієнтів.
Ну, взагалі-то у багатьох музикантів такий двіж, що ти пробуєш щось, якісь інструменти, тобі щось підходить, ти лишаєш, не підходить, ти продаєш, міняєш якось. І Тому я не знаю, я останні 3 роки дуже багато експериментував. Не випускав музику, в принципі. Багато навчався, багато знань прийшло. Все стало на свої місця потрошку, стає. Але вчитись можна безкінечно. І ось, що тут? У мене декілька драм-машин.
Це покажи.
Це Erika Sins Percons, люта драм-машина, дуже класна, з крутим секвенсором. Навалює жирно.
Ти з нею вже виступав на лайві?
Так, у Польщі виступав у Вроцлаві. Звучить жирно. Круто. Вона прийшла до мене тоді 2 тижні до івенту, і я якось загорівся і прям написав годину майже стафу. Ось, ну це Digitact, магічна машинка, електрони круті. Це семплер, на якому, в принципі, ти все можеш робити. І, в принципі, ти можеш зі всього заліза семплити в нього і вже там далі збирати все. Так як і в цю штуку. Emate Tracker, дуже люблю його. Це, мабуть, мій найулюбленіший девайс. Зараз я чекаю, там МК2 вийшов. У мене буде другий, я між їх зможу як деки. І з двох грати. І він загружає нові проекти прямо в ту же секунду. Це взагалі дуже круто. Ну і він дуже прокачується з новою кожною прошивкою, там прям мільйон всього. І план, в принципі, такий зараз експериментувати на модулях і на залізі, записувати сюди семпли і далі вже збирати в ньому. Тому що в ньому мені найкраще працювати, я можу прямо фіналізувати трек. А тут в цьому стафі важко, бо ти раз накрутив щось.
А можеш так пройтись буквально швиденько, бо загалом для людей це виглядає зазвичай супер незрозуміло, просто куча крутилок і так далі.
Є різні модулі, це по суті конструктор. Із різних девайсів, як у тебе є, наприклад, Ableton чи якийсь софт, і там є плагіни і різні VST. Так само і тут, але тут все всі фізично. І кожен модуль це, можна сказати, окремий плагін чи VST. І кожен модуль виконує свою функцію. І цими проводками ти їх конектиш, поєднуєш, і є різні зв'язки. Ну ось тут, наприклад, я зараз зібрав цей секвенсор чешський. Я ось спілкувався з цим чуваком, хто його зробив, дуже приємна людина. Що це у нас мікшер, ефекти, доєднані до мікшера, оціми от тумблерами ти можеш на перші 3 канали робити посил на цей ефект. Цей секвенсор він тригерить, запускає, ось тут є семплер. І тут, в общем, цей семплер на 2 канали, можна запускати брейки чи різні там вокальні партії чи що. Тут драм 2 Erika Sins і це ударник, і там є різні види. Ми можемо переключати різні види ударників. Це мені подобається. Так, інший Bastel Crust, це теж драм-модуль від чеської контори Bastel Instruments, яка багато цих модулярних брендів, вони з'являлися як DIY проекти і потім вже набирали оборотів, і люди просто for fun це робили, і цей крас дуже крутий теж. І ти можеш, тут є леєр, і ти можеш, по суті, як 2 ударника теж. Так, і це модуляція. Тобто тут LFO йде, і всякі енвелопи. І тут є, бачите, багато дирочок на цих модулях. І це, по суті, кожній крутилці чи якійсь функції є ця дирочка, і, по суті, ти можеш керувати крутилкою, скажімо, там, катов чи що, з допомогою LFO модуля чи envelope, і ти можеш підключити, чи з допомогою тригера, і, по суті, ти можеш там накрутити LFO, і крутилка буде так ось сама крутитись, тобі не треба рукою це робити. Ну, це, грубо говоря, да, автоматизація. Ось, тут я зібрав чисто ефекти. І я можу, до речі, це я планую брати на івенти і так далі, тому що я можу грати з дігітакта чи з якихось девайсів, і звук буде проходити, і тут у мене лупер є, і він такий управляється такою ось тач-стріп, да, і це дуже, він такий інтуїтивно, ти нажимаєш. Так що тут фільтри і різні ефекти. Ось мікшер маленький. І це ти сюди підключаєш, що треба, і вже далі там крутиш, граєш. Так, що ще?
І от від Баста у тебе ще є такий міксер.
Так, це маленький мікшер від Баста, дуже якісний і компактний, і в ньому є перегруз також. Якщо тут на половинку, це якби максимум громкості, а якщо ти вже більше даєш, то там вже йде сатурація звука, і він такий розпердолює взагалі по повній. Також ця штука від Bastel, це новий девайс WaveBard семплер. Він такий рандомізація в ньому жорстка, ти можеш там прям накрутити класні, неочікувані. В ньому всякі секвенції, і в ньому немає секвенсора, по суті, але там з допомогою модуляції ти секвенсишся, і такі маленькі проводки, ти теж тикаєш, там різні направлення. Тут в мене осцилятори басові. Коротше, цей бас, і тут овердрайв, по суті, фільтр. Ось так, тут драм, тут бас, тут ефекти, тут всяке різне, чисто для контролю, там, контролери і так далі. І ось так от, цей модерний двіж, там ти щось купляєш, і у тебе нові, твої можливості розширюються в багато разів, тому що ти можеш ці модулі. І крутість то, що ти можеш завжди експериментувати, і там, я ось якийсь час там не займався цим, більше в електронах був, це вивчав. Потім зараз повернувся до модульного двіжу і перезібрав собі просто заново. В мене в тебе вночі нові ідеї з'являються, ти бах-бах-бах, перезібрався. Ось, і у тебе вже новий девайс, по суті. Та й отак.
Тобто, коротше, це такий... А от відносно, скажімо, з фінансової точки зору, чи...
Не раджу.
Так?
Це жесть просто. Але мені пощастило, що в мене друзі з Erika, і вони мені багатько чого просто так підганяли, або скидки люті давали, і я потім там... Але це все... А також ти можеш зібрати чисто мінімальний собі сетап і ти можеш багато DIY проєктів. Ти можеш...
Ну, власне, це цікаво, що насправді...
Є куча сайтів, де ти можеш замовляти, там чисто тобі плати, присилають DIY-кіти.
А це що за плата?
Ну, це просто модуль, який я, до речі, там хтось писав, що хоче купити, я планую його продати.
Піч?
Да. Так. Можна його з'єднати. Хочу продати, бо він не робить те, чого я б хотів. А для когось може буде круто. Розумієте?
А що б ти хотів? Чого він не робить?
Ну, я думав потім пропускати брейки через нього і щоб він так робив. Але він чомусь там міксує звук, тобто він не дає його чисто обробленим пічованим, а він накладує його на оригінальний звук, який в нього входить. І плюс запічований, і вона каша. Для асоціаторів це круто, але для того, що я хотів, воно так собі.
Понял. Ну і ще дудочка, це, мабуть, твій для мене найнесподіваніший елемент.
Дудочку я побачив чувака просто в інтернеті, в інсті, він робить сам такі DIY девайси. Просто мені до душі припало, бо це як наш український звук. У нас в Україні є багато різновидностей цього. Там називається кінцівка, точно одне з назв, потім що ще забував, не пам'ятаю. Але ось я думаю юзати, ось можна через ефект пропускати. План такий, може буде. Ще буду мікрофончик, раз, як чутно. Щось нічого не чутно. Може батарейка сидить. 1-1. О.
Щось є.
Є. З ефектом воно взагалі класно звучить. Не дуже чутно, як ти вважаєш, я почувшуюсь. тут внизу это стоп просто. Я доключаю і все потім легко. Коли внезапно щось накрутив, і там бах нажимаєш. Бо ти бачиш, поки зберешся, якщо вже може натхнення все пропасти.
Ну так, треба записувати якомога більше, щоб щось з цього.
Але потім, якщо багато запишеш, то потім... В мене знаєш, скільки всього записано?
Ні.
Лежить.
Ніхто не знає. Мабуть, навіть ти не знаєш, скільки всього.
Навіть я не знаю.
Добре, класно. Я думаю, що прикольно побалакали. І багато чого дізнались цікавого.
Дякую вам.
Ну, бажаю тобі сил.
Дякую.
Я думаю, що це той ресурс, який потрібен. Бо з часом, звісно, дуже легко перейти якусь грань в голові, в тілі, перевтомитись, перегоріти і так далі. Але я думаю, що це теж може стати в якомусь сенсі певним таким мотиватором до того, щоб трошки змінити підхід, можливо.
Так.
Що все-таки треба будувати ком'юніті, треба будувати співечність, яка буде підтримувати один одного.
Ну, ком'юніті то я, але ком'юніті...
Активне, проактивне ком'юніті.
Так, котре є ком'юніті, котре радо получати став. Хотілося б, щоб людей, хто буде включатися у роботу, реально. І хто мотивував мене.
Включайтесь в роботу, мотивуйте фрумуса і один одного, і не переставайте робити круті речі, і рухаємо цей світ вперед. Дякую тобі.
Дякую.
І дякую, Софії. Ану, можеш дуднуть так громко.
Check, check, check. 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 Hello. 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 Check, check, check. Hello.
Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone with us. 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 Thank you everyone with us.
Inspired by loops made by Rome unintentionally or intentionally or 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 unintentionally. We done pretty long program today. And a lot of interesting guests were hosted, and we were hosted by So what I wanted to say what I wanted to say. That in first part of the efir, I turned on the clip without subtitles. And now I would like to tune it on one more time. For a goodbye. But this time with English subtitles. Oh my god, my cable. Actually, if we will add to this loop a little bit of reverb, I think it would get a little bit better.
today's efir, 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 today's
За обрізом йшло сонце, замерзає віконце, хрубаки в тілах, кірки в головах, утопійні сподівання тануть на очах. Твій хрест висить, поки мозок спить. Клич мене, клич себе, розтягнуті роки, просять сполуки, хімічні верстати в лабораторіях мистецтв вигадують майбутнє без кисневої маски, вазелінової смазки вдягаєш щоранку в чату GPT. Тренироване обличчя, передня частина голови, обмежена чолом, вухами, щеками, токени сипляться в гранулярному дощі. На скальпі програних акцій, відсутність реакцій, тебе з'їдає, як ракова пухлина, мозок поглинає. Клич мене, розтягнуті руки, просять сполуки, хімічні верстати в лабораторіях мистецтв вигадують майбутнє, пошуки ідеальної ями. Для нашої свідомості немає ні страху, ні совісті. У фраку святкує смерть, спалення бараку, вибухові хвилі розщеплюють атомні тварини і людські родини. А забетоноване зерно проросте через століття і знову в полі різноманіття. Повстане блок, пост, ретроградний авангард і компост. Клич мене, клич себе. Клич мене, клич себе. Пошуки ідеальної ями. Для нашої свідомості немає ні страху, ні совісті. У фраку святкує смерть, спалення бараку, вибухові хвилі розщеплюють атомні тварини і людські родини. Клич мене, клич себе. Клич мене, клич себе. Клич мене, клич себе. А забетоноване зерно проросте через століття і знову в полі різноманіття. Повстане блок, пост, ретроградний авангард, компост. Клич мене, клич мене. Ретроградний авангард. Клич мене, клич себе.
Goodbye, everyone. 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 Goodbye.